So, a little under a week ago, a PokeTuber by the name of Smith Plays, usually Smith Plays Pokemon, put out a video called I Made the Perfect FE7 Romhack, wherein he made a rebalance patch for Fire Emblem 7. Now, like, Fire Emblem isn't, to my knowledge, in his usual wheelhouse, but he's no stranger to making rebalances. He's done Yellow Legacy, Crystal Legacy, and Emerald Legacy, rebalances of the first 3 generations of Pokemon, and my pulse is not on the throat of, like, the Pokemon community, but I feel like I've heard fairly neutral to positive things about those titles. So it'll be interesting to see, I guess, how the changes proposed in his videos actually shake out in practice. Because as much as I may shake my fist at things in theory, they might work in practice if the numbers line up and game feels there. But I don't know, then there's really only one way to find out. So without further ado, I am using this as an excuse to play Fire Emblem 7 for the billionth time on stream. But shall we? Fire Emblem 7 Legacy. Let's ready, let's steady, and let's go. By the way, anyone thought it's weird that Durbin has, like, full armor in the last CG of the opening, but, like, when you see him in the game, he's just shirtless? Just me? Okay. Anyway, Fire Emblem. Right off the bat, I am a little surprised that the title screen was not changed to, like, add a legacy or something. It's not that difficult to change it in FE Builder. Is it time for GBA supremacy again? Look, I like FE7 because its story, characters, and worlds have a nook in my heart and will live there until I die. But GBA Fire Emblem's gameplay, like, paradigm is not my favorite. I think it was a growing point between Kaga era and, I guess, a more measured pivot towards, like, the English Fire Emblem era. But Fire Emblem. So, new game. So, per what Smith said, at the very least, this is meant, as I understand it, this is meant to be a quality of life hack that is, like, maybe valuable to people who are big into Fire Emblem, but, like, handy for people who perhaps aren't as deep in the weeds as I am. So, right off the bat, you have all difficulties unlocked. There's no save being used here, just, like, from the get-go, hey, you got all of these unlocked, and it was built upon, I believe, like, a FE6, 7, and 8 plus. I don't remember the author offhand, but a lot of these quality of life changes were just imports from existing things on Fire Emblem Universe. So, repackaging them all together, if given proper credit, is, in my mind, fine. So, the plan of action is, we're going to start Lyn hard. Why? Because we don't start counting at 11. If you complain about it, no. And we will then choose between Hector and Eliwood hard mode. I think I'll go Hector hard mode. The video seemed to imply that that was, like, you know, the most difficult of them, and I don't know. Let's push the system to its limits, shall we? So, main character Lyn, weapon sword, and I guess weapon 1 extra point of movement. He did say early promo Florina was a bad idea. Yeah, no, I believe him. That's fairly common knowledge. Early promo Dorcas would be good, but okay. Enter information. Yes, even though I don't particularly like the tactician in FE7, it is a product of its time. Like the custom character, or like the player character in Advance Wars 1, that did not come back for the reboot camp. Chat name the tactician? Nope. These are the settings I want to use. Okay, so let it be known that I'm going to say this right now, for the sake of trying to get through things, I will fight every urge I have to show every little bit of dialogue. So, but will I? It's hard. Anyway, you want to know the reason that the Lyn sticker in Brawl just makes food better? This is why. First CG is her just holding a bowl in a cup. Lorca tribe, yada yada. So, I don't think, looking at the sprites, we're not using FE8 colors or anything. For what it's worth, FE7 is so bright because it was released before the Game Boy SP was, I think, out, but certainly it was in development before it was at least widespread. So, the super saturated colors that you see in most playthroughs that aren't on, honestly, NSO, are to accommodate for that. Fire Emblem 8 was released after the Game Boy Advance SP was released, and thus its color palette more accurately meshes with what the official art is if you're like viewing it at full backlight. Like this is what you would see if you plug FE7 into the Game Boy player. There was a custom character in Advance Wars 1. Yes, similar to Fire Emblem 7, the Tactician exists as something I would consider similar to Lakitu in Mario 64. They are a way to personify mechanics that would be unfamiliar to the expected audience. The Tactician exists to personify how and why you are commanding units in your army, while Lakitu is a physical manifestation of the camera system in Super Mario 64. There is, like, good reason that Mark really doesn't do much of anything in FE7, and the reason why, hey, you don't actually have to create a Tactician, and why the light novels just don't have a Tactician. Why are you reading the story? I'm yapping about some things intrinsic to FE7. Also, this might be in casual. Yeah, this is why. Enable casual mode? No, this is part of the base FE7. I should probably check what this is so I can credit it properly, but this is just a quality of life built in. So, the Creativist mod is a massive Lin fan. I'm not so sure about that. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and, for the sake of it, I will add in the original growths just so people at a dime can see, because I have those. I have those handy. I just gotta find them. There we go. Boop. Okay, so Lin. You can press select to see the growths here. Lin's growths were not very much affected, so you can see original growths. She got 5 more speed, which, honest to God, she did not need. It will not reasonably affect her. It's a negligible change, and I don't think anything that actually affects how she'll turn out. And 10 more res, which again will not affect her because despite being a physical unit with more res growth than defense growth in vanilla, which is fairly rare, she starts with 0 res. Lin's problem in FE7 is twofold. She's in a game where lances rule the day, and I guess threefold, 1-2 range rules the day, and her bases are really bad. Vanilla Lin has the same defensive profile as Micaiah, but Micaiah has 1-2 range natively and can pick her combats. Thus, if you're playing smart, you don't ever have to deal with the fact that she doesn't have a defensive profile. Lin doesn't have that. Like, notably, Lin has no way to attack at 2 range until she promotes or you get the light brand. The changes here were +1 to her HP base, and Lin's boon in this is +1 move. Similar to Arcanea, where there are 2 breeds of infantry sortie, Lin is basically light infantry, so she has 6 move off rip. I don't think that will affect much of anything, but hey. Iron Swords, there are negligible changes. I will not go over every change, partially because I probably won't spot them, but when I see something noteworthy, I'll make note of it. 60-use Iron Sword, Smith seems to just dislike durability as a mechanic, but the way he went about trying to amend it is, Anyway, boop, 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 boop. Window color, yay. Automatic turns, yes. Okay, cool, that's fine. Yeah, 4 strength. Realistically, I believe the idea for Smith not buffing Lin's offensive profile was, oh, units need weaknesses. Lin already has plenty of weaknesses. But basically, this chapter, you never really want to initiate combat unless you dodged on enemy phase. Like, yes, I dodged here, but the reliable strategy here is just enemy phase, vulnerary heal. Also, Vuln's heal for 15, which I'll be honest was not a change that was necessary, because that, similar to Radiant Dawn, if you buff the efficacy of vulneraries, you make healers less valuable, and outside of someone like Pent, who can just go off rip, staves aren't exactly that, like, crazy powerful in vanilla FE7. Just +1 base HP now. Great, if you work backwards off of a lot of the units you get in Lin mode and see their level 1 stats, it is made abundantly clear just, like, how rough Lin's starting stats are. And it's not helped by her weapon, and it's not helped by her eventually having to face a lot of weapon triangle disadvantage. Realistically, if you want to make Lin a dodge tank or like a frail unit that you have to position well to avoid from dying, you need to give her an upside. And like realistically, she's not a great unit in Fates, but I think a good way you can pivot Lin is look to Hana and Fates. That's like a pretty good... Oh, am I full of shit? Oh no, vulneraries don't heal for 15, they just have 5 uses. Excuse me. But similar to Hana and Fates, you can just go ahead and make Lyn, like, really offensive, but really frail. Basically a glass cannon, which, mind you, if you have a unit that, in vanilla, can only attack at 1 range natively, see, even this, I don't want to do, because I could reasonably miss, and then I die. Misinformation spreader. I will do my best here. I don't want to throw Smith under the bus. I'm gonna give him a fair shake. People are multifaceted, and the fact that he mostly cut his teeth in the Pokemon community does not mean that anything that he brings to a Fire Emblem Romhack is inherently without worth. She's only glass, yes. All right, first level. And mind you, Lyn's growths were not, like, noticeably changed. Honestly, this is about as good as you could expect from Lyn. First couple levels on Lyn, you want strength, you want defense. Her speed is fine. Like, she's gonna double everything throughout the entire mode. Her issue is that she does not do damage, and her doubling doesn't really do all that much. And there we go. There's prologue. Never mind, read this wrong. I'll talk about, like, the light novel a little bit, because I am one of a few weirdos that have tried to consume every piece of FE7 media out there, including but not limited to the Orlando Furioso. In the light novels, Mark doesn't exist, so Lyn is more self-actualized and wanting to get stronger. Basically, she defends neighboring territories, fighting off bandits. This is not the first encounter she will have had with bandits, but after this fight, she's like, damn, I gotta get stronger. I need to get stronger to prove that I am a worthy daughter of a Lorca, so I can eventually take revenge on the Telever. And she sets off on her own accord. Because ultimately, this conversation is very much a, hey, by the way, did you ask your parents if you're old enough to go on Disney.com? It doesn't read very well in vanilla. Mind you, this is not anything that, there's nothing on Smith. I will talk about grievances with vanilla FE7, because ultimately, as a rebalance, as a redux, I think talking about both the changes that are made and the vanilla product are worthwhile. Yeah, I won't be... basically here, I won't become stronger by sitting here alone, and then we go. I'll be your peerless warrior. That's right, brave Lyn. That's where it comes from. All right, prologue, Girl from the Plains, complete. Welcome to Chapter 1. And somewhere down the line, she'd gain the ability to become a centaur filled with darkness. You know, for whatever grievances I may have of changes made for here, I at least will respect that Smith is not so gotcha brain that he's like, we solved Lyn's problems by giving her a horse, you see, because heroes did it. So that's actually what they wanted to do. No, if you do that, you just make another Nomad Trooper, a vanilla class that exists. Yes, Ellawood's promoted Night Lord class has issues of standing out. There are things that can be done to make that more distinct, but like, no, Lyn loses a lot of cool factor if she is not like an infantry swordswoman zipping around in crit animations. You just don't get that on a horse. And as you can see, the map in Bulgur is a little changed. I don't really think I'll make use of that map change unless enemies are super buffed up. Lyn of 6 movement is just a Shadows reference. No, because Lyn in Shadows is infantry, not cavalry. So she doesn't have 3 move. Lyn of 6 movement, that's just a Heroes reference to exactly... Actually, no, only one. Oh, it's only Brave Lyn. Brave Lyn's the only mounted Lyn we have. I don't know, like... The damage to, like, gotcha player's psyche that was done to Brave Lyn is massive. Hello, people. Hello, Scuba Luigi. Cyan. Don't Cyan me. I know she transforms, but canonically she doesn't, because she's a disciple of Naga and thus doesn't have a shadow form. She becomes the Horse of the Shadow. Not canon, doesn't count. Is it Ninja and Summer and Pegasus? Yeah, but like in Heroes, Pegasi still have infantry, like they still have 2 movement. Where in the game is it mentioned that Ninian is from Ilia? It is mentioned in her support with Florina, actually. Which, like, side note, honestly, Florina's got like a really strong support offerings. It's like 2 of the main lords, like the main lord's love interest, and her sisters, right? And Nino, actually. Yeah, no, like Florina's supports of like her only bad support, in my opinion, is with Hector. I'm sorry, shippers, but it's basically what people think Fate supports are. One of the games that mentioned... Opinion from Odessa? I think it's Odessa. Anyway, there's more than I can handle. Yada, yada, yada. I'll not give up. Oh, I forgot about Sarah. Right. You know what? Sarah's isn't bad. Sarah's is kind of a funny support, but I think it accomplishes being not very deep support in a way that Hector's doesn't. Because, like, ultimately, Sarah's just like, ooh, I'm misconstruing who you actually like. Ooh. More than I can handle. Girl, they all have access and you have a forest. I mean, realistically, Lynn will never take 2 hits from these guys, so odds are good that she dies. No one sees it because it's a 0 starting base and a +1. Also, like, Sarah's not great in vanilla. Anyway, we have our Cav bros, Sane and Kent. Should be noted in vanilla. I'm not sure this event will play out since we're playing Lynn hard mode, but for those who don't remember, in vanilla, you're forced to use Sane, attack a brigand with a lance, you miss, and that's where they teach you about the weapon triangle. Both Cavs retain their sword and lance axis. In fact, why do you have... I don't remember. Do they start with any weapon experience in their... I didn't remember that. Anyway, we'll start with what I would consider in vanilla the better of the 2 Cavs. Sane. Sane is, of your 3 unpromoted Cavaliers, he is the strong and he's the physically bruisey one. He's got good defense, he's got good strength, really good strength. His downside is skill and to a lesser degree speed. Like, his skill is really the only thing that you might run into late game. In vanilla, it does not matter because enemies are not fast and Sane can get above the level curve to a point where he is fast enough. Anyway, he's got 80 HP. I mean, we can see how they were changed here. So he got more HP, which I will say that I think if you want to make the Cavaliers stand out from each other, Sane can be the hard-hitting Cavalier. But you don't buff up his HP. 80 HP is already a lot by FE7 standpoint. Like, that's fine. I think all you do is make it just so he hits really hard. I would actually take down his HP so you can give Lowen more means of standing out. But other than that, the rest of his growths are about the same. Like, mind you, it was a negligible change to his growths, and I'll pull up bases. I'll pull up bases just so I can talk about them, but who are we promoting? Dorcas? I am a promoted Dorcas believer, but we'll get there when we get there. Again, Iron Lances are 60, everything's got more uses here, so. For what it's worth, I am of a mindset that the only tier 1 class that deserves dual weapon access is Knights. Knights should have swords and lances, not Cavaliers. Cavaliers are already really good and flexible. Knights, to do their job as they are often statted out to in early Fire Emblem, archetypically, their ability to have swords to deal with your axe-wielding brigands and lances to deal with the soldiers and the Cavs actually lets them be a wall. I know not everyone is great on Project Ember's changes, but I think giving Boar's swords was a very good idea, and in practice, it increased his usefulness by a lot. Sane and Kent don't get changes much because Horse is good, and because this hack does not endeavor to nerf units to try and bring more parity and balance. Anyway, you have Kent. He's the speedy, skilled Cav, except, yeah, it's not that much. It's like, he's got 5 more speed growth, and like 1, really, he's the skill Cav. Sane is not, like, slow enough to be the strength Cav. Kent is just the Cav without strength, really. Anyway, looking at his growths, he is... Okay, 5 more defense. Realistically, this feels like a change just to say you changed something. They get 10 weapon experience in their E-rank weapon. That's fine. Unnecessary, but fine. Kent is worse for a myriad of reasons, notably that, like, strength in FE7 vanilla, even on the harder difficulties, speed and skill don't matter as much, and Kent misses, like, kill thresholds that Sane can hit with his higher starting strength. In addition, E-rank lances, it's better to have a higher lance rank because javelins go burr. That's really about it. I mean, they're both very usable. I tend to have better luck with Sane because, like, the bar for doubling is pretty low. Most of the time, though, I just won't end up using them because they are just really good. Yeah, he's balanced, which makes him worse. I don't think balance is a good thing to deal with. So we're looking at 5 speed, 4 speed to double. And also, Zugu here, this AI was changed so he will eventually rush you, so you can't just, like, hurtle up. Okay, you have an iron. The problem here is that I don't actually have a... I'd have to hit this. He has worse luck. I think the idea is that, man, he fumbles with Lynn and he goes like, Sane has to comfort him, and then he gets a Fiora, so it's fine. That's 12, and that's, okay, so I don't actually die to 2. I would like to, you make it up there. Yeah, Sane has the ability to just like super skyrocket. Okay, we do that. I think we'll try an enemy phase this. I just need to make sure 12 and 12. All right, so I don't get 2 shot by it. I can park Lynn here to pull. What I can do is... Okay, good. Also, notably, we're not using the updated Cavaliers for Sane and Kent that are a little more accurate to their art. These are just base Cavaliers. I know they're using the updated Paladins, but I'm surprised I didn't also use the updated Cavaliers. I'm gonna park Sane in a forest. Maybe the Brigand will go for him. I don't know. If they both go for Lynn, that's fine. She doesn't die. Oh, wait. Actually, I wonder if he... Oh, all right. My man Kent is off to a good start. 3% crit. How can an accuracy-based unit dump luck? Because luck is, as far as its implementation as it usually is concerned, is not a very, like, well-implemented stat, really. It does a little bit of everything. Luck is a stat that you only feel if you have all of it or none of it. Anywhere in the middle, and it's just like, okay, you might as well just ignore it. I don't trust Kent. We'll see. Kent has none of it. No. Lucius has none of it. Let's be clear. There is a none of it. And like Lucius and Raven, none of it. Kent, just like not great luck. Oh shit, actually that's too low. That's lower than I remember. But whatever. That's fine. That shit is lower than I remember, so. Put Sane here just for hitting a little harder. Kent faces crit throughout all of Lynn mode. I'm telling you, 10% crit floor. It was a good change. Okay, so that is kind of dicey, actually. I could do that, and then is that 8 that I'm doing? It's 9. Cool. We're doing FE7 hard mode Iron Man, and Kent got 1% crit. Low percent crits, never particularly fun. Okay, so I don't want to go there, because I'm pretty sure that's what? 16. Okay, that's 4 more. I hope your saying works out better than mine. Sane is one of those units that, if you don't want to sell the secret book, there's actually a decent argument to giving it to him or like Dorcas or Bar. That's the Lynn level up that you'd get. Hey, look, it's okay. Units need to have weaknesses. We gave her 1 extra point of move that ultimately doesn't matter in a lot of cases. And if you hold L, you can go ahead and toggle animations off. Or Roy level. No strength again. Yep. You can see why bases matter so much. Hey, Kari. Nice to see you. If you focus Kent instead of Sane, does he even become better than Marcus? Offhand, I don't know. Sane, yeah, Sane obviously does. I don't know if... Kent will certainly be faster than Marcus. Marcus is not particularly fast. Yeah, by the way, dodge tank, haha, units need weaknesses. Yeah, so herein kind of lies the genuinely like vanilla design problem with Lynn. She is a unit that, by the nature of her mode, has to take counterattacks, and she has a game over condition. her being, like, as frail as she is not really the way. If I can shit out 9 damage, which I can. All right, we can clean it up this turn. Still better than Isidore because +5 con. Yeah, if anything, I think Smith understated just how borked the con attribution in this game was. Maybe he considered it, you know, an immutable part of FE7, but I think it is. If you're gonna take the time to make a Redux, you might as well make it your own. Okay, and there we go. Are you liking the tough weapon vulnerary management you have going on right now? Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan of durability as a mechanic. I don't think it's particularly interesting. My favorite implementation of, like, weapons would be either the way Fates did it, where weapons had downsides, you know, if you ignore forging, or Shadow Dragon in Fates, where standard iron, steel, silvers had no durability, but specialist weapons did. There's nothing interesting about buying 20 hand axes, which is often what you'll do. I don't know. I don't think the vulnerary change was necessary. Granted, like, I don't think that the merge mechanic of DS Fire Emblem necessarily makes sense for, like, weapons. But for consumables, like, just, like, pour out the medicine in one sack into another sack so you can consolidate. So, yeah, okay. 15-1 Kent only has higher HP and speed and maybe higher defense. So, yeah, it's not well done. Granted, I don't think FE7 Marcus is a well-designed character either. He does not work as his role all that well. Again, Wildflower, another FE7 Redux, had some hiccups, but I really do like that they gave Marcus a preferred weapon that basically, like, let him set up kills. Let him become FE6 Marcus when necessary. So it didn't, like, make him bad, it just gave him the option to do what a Jagan's supposed to do. You needed 2 less speed. I mean, I think the idea is that, like, well, Marcus is not going to suck as much in FE7 as he does in FE6, because he's closer to his prime, right? The problem is that just doesn't work mechanically. Not all medicine is standardized, can't just pour bones. You definitely can. You definitely can. It's just a sack. You just untie the string and keep going. Anyway, and so our merry little band of 3 is done. Lint mode, in my opinion, by virtue, it was designed as an introduction, not to Fire Emblem, but strategy RPGs as a whole, to an audience that was expected to have no real understanding of it. So I can't really blame it too hard for having each chapter be, like, very bite-sized and, like, introducing only one mechanic, but I do think that you can streamline Lin mode by merging a lot of chapters together. For example, this is a chapter that I think you just have to leave alone, but chapters 3 and 4 you can merge together, certainly. Same as Wind, which gives hit. I think so. I'm pretty sure Wind gives hit. Only Light was changed, and I understand the rationale by Smith changing Light, because the units that it was relevant for really did not benefit from the extra hit. But by changing it, you just basically made it the best, like, definitely the best support. If I recall correctly, the only reason we got it is because Advance Wars did well in the West. I think it was a combination of Advance Wars doing well and there being some... I think Melee had something to do with it. Yeah, attack, defense, avoid, crit. Basically the 4 things that you always want. Famous character glass. Light is the only change support affinity. Oof. Alright, going to jail. More magnificent. The sword is made of swordsman of my skill. What is your skill, actually? Do you just have high skill, or are you just talking a big game? By the way, welcome to Lynn's actual preferred weapon that she will never get in Heroes because the universe conspires against me. We could have had prologue and then introduce Sane and Kent here. My idea would be... Yeah, I guess you... Bulgur makes sense as a stopping point, like, just logistically speaking, but I guess you don't have to necessarily have a chapter there. You can have, like, conversations in Bulgur, and then Sane and Kent follow to the shrine. Yeah, we're not visiting those homes. What a lot of Romhacks do is they have homes give you like 5 to 10 XP each to make visiting them worthwhile. That presents its own set of problems because like oftentimes then optimal strategy is just, okay, well, we're just gonna like funnel home XP into the highest level unit since that XP is flat. And we're gonna pull a few. Insane down here. But yeah, no. I think in Lynn's prologue, it makes more sense to just have Florina join then, since... And... Yep, that's great. Characters need weaknesses. Florina knows where the Lorca would be camped out, and it's never really mentioned when she figures out that the Lorca were massacred, but you just sort of come across Florina by happenstance, which, I mean, Fire Emblem is no stranger to doing. Merrick does the same thing in Marth's Tale, but, and I guess to a lesser degree Asbel does in Thracia, but it would make a little more sense then for Florina to just, hey, she will be the impetus of what happened here. I knew your parents. Are they dead now? And then she can trauma dump to someone she knows rather than a complete stranger. We do that. Insane, pull you. You don't have a hand axe, right? I can check if select. Nice. Plus, it makes the conversation in chapter 1 where, like, Lynn gets offended that she misconstrues Sane and Kent as hitting on her. It makes it a little easier since, you know, it would make more sense for Florina to be skittish around men. Oh, that's helpful. I can do that, park you here. As long as I don't crit, I'm fine. Yeah, we do that. I take 6. Do I die to 3 hits? No, as long as you have the same. As long as you don't have 14. Yay, you didn't roll up. I tried putting Florina in the prologue and it just made me notice, dang, level 1 Florina is way stronger than level 1 Lynn, which is not a good thing because level 1 Florina is like, you basically just throw her in the top right of the Dorcas chapter and have her fight mercenaries because level 1 Florina is not great. Lynn's bases are terrible. Anyone who's like tried to work backwards off of FE7 units can tell you that. Okay, 14, yeah, I'm not gonna, I can't eat 3 hits, so I'll wait here. You could technically skip the Bulgar chapter for a chapter to be played and have this be the next one. You could even expand it a little bit. You can combine Will and Dorcas. It makes more sense for Natalie to be holed up in a village rather than just like a random ramshackle fort. The Orc and Sarah chapter doesn't need to happen. You can have them join Narafin. Just made me think, how is Lynn the one taking care of the other one here? I mean, realistically, if you want to talk about like you get levels from combat, it would make sense for Lynn to join at like not level 1, Sane and Kent as well. Obviously, you want to do that for like game feel purposes of like, hey, I want to build my units up, but within like the lore of the story, oh, that's nice. I don't have to risk counterattack. Within the lore of the story, it's like Lynn and both Sane and Kent have like seen combat, unless they promote from a funny trainee class that we never see. Okay, I can't do that. I can trade you there, and I'll park you here, so... Lynn lacks a mount to have stats. I don't know, tell that shit to Raven, which, fun fact, did you know in the light novel, the reason Raven is in Castle Kalen, it is, ooh, shit. Lynn, yeah, we're gonna be yoink that. The reason Raven is in Castle Kalen is because Hassan hires Raven to be Lynn's sword tutor because Lynn gets depressed having to do nothing but, like, expected court lady things all the time. Raven's built different. Raven's overtuned. The problem is, like, if you don't touch Raven's, like, Raven's stats for his level are, by any metric, hard mode or otherwise, absurd. So, like, if you make him a higher level, ultimately, you then just turn him into, like, what a lot of people... Actually, I guess vanilla Garrick, too. Hey, HP and strength, that's all I need. Where you just kind of, you give him the early hero's crest, like, even harder now. It's just, like... Of the balance curve of the game, it just does not make sense for Raven to have what he has. It's actually a really cool reason for Raven to be there. Yeah, like, the light novel's not bad. Damn, Raven could have taught Lynn to fight. Yeah. I don't know how much HP I have. I'm fine. I don't take 12 damage. I got 5 defense, but hitting for 17. Park Lynn here, so I can enemy phase you. God damn, this is why we have to give units bases. Because, like, ultimately, if Lynn does not get points of strength on her first couple of levels, she just can't contribute. Yeah, Raven taught Lynn to fight. I mean, probably not taught Lynn to fight. That would be Hussar, but, like, you know, a swordsman. A swords... Oh, eat shit. Eat shit, heal AI. That's fine. What? Yeah, I'm peerless. Blah, blah, blah. 70 ain't good. Units need to have weaknesses, by the way. Noodle Arms versus Blessed Seat. At least we didn't make FE6 drones. Play devil's advocate, we can just give Lynn the stat booster in Lynn mode. If she's designed around having to have the stat booster to function, then, like, it's not really a particularly well thought out design. Because at which point, then, anything other than that, and you have a unit that cannot really work in any regard. Give Kent discounts. Looking like you may run out of swords there. I have 60 uses. I ain't running out of shit. All right, I am doing the one thing that I shouldn't do, which is spreading out my levels. All right, 777. Good job, Kent. As long as Kent, like, gets luck and strength, he's okay. Got one more stat than Stain. Yeah, but his base is... that's fine. Kent does not want to be benched. Well. Everyone wants to be benched at this point. That's fine. We can hold out here. Okay. Everything is level 1 or 2, so XP falls off fast if you don't spread. Yeah, but that is the mindset that, like, a lot of... if I miss, I can rescue out. That a lot of hacks of Jagans kind of fall into is like, well, it's okay. They're above level, so, like, they're just not going to get any decent XP, except you just feed over-leveled units boss kill XP, and they're actually the most efficient use of it in a lot of cases. Hey, 4 defense. Honestly, 2 defense levels, not bad, but I've not gotten a single strength level, which is abysmal. Looking forward to Wrath Gaming. Yeah, no, Wrath is probably going to be bad in this because we did not use flags to replace an under-leveled Wrath. So he's still going to be, like, very well below par. And there we go. A Lorca tribe. They're all dead. Is it safe? Can't you kill him to get... Yeah, you can kill him to get default stats. I don't love that. That is definitely, like, that's more of an exploit. And mind you, it's a vanilla exploit, but, like... It is a problem that I would have expected to be solved with any sort of rebalance. It's optimal to kill him off. I saw the vid. I mean, yeah, you can do that in vanilla too. Yay! Yeah. Portion see the sword. Blah blah blah. And anyway, this is her actual preferred weapon. Not the Solkati. It's not the Mulagir. It's not Killer Bow +5. It is the Mani Katti. Fire Emblem Lords typically get 2 preferred weapons. They get their Rapier and they get their Falchion. A Rapier is a weapon given to them just out of obligation of their status as a main character or lord. Their Falchion is a weapon given to them that has some significance to them and their journey. Lynn's weird because the Mani Katti is effectively a Rapier in function, but it is a Falchion as far as importance is concerned. At this point in the story, Lynn is still grappling with the fact that, you know, she was basically rejected by the survivors of her tribe, and she has a pretty large chip on her shoulder as far as her worthiness as a daughter of Sakai, as like a leader of the Lorca. And that is part of the reason, a large part of the reason, that she is trying to get stronger and is so cut up when, like, for example, she loses to Hector. So the Mani Katti, the most famous sword Sakai, choosing her is a good first step towards that journey. Oh yeah, FE1 Marthas is 3 perps. Excuse me, I forgot about the Paragon Mercurius. Is the sword mentioned anywhere in the script after this chapter? In the script, no. In a CG, technically. The CG in the credits has Lyn cutting down Ludgren with a Mani Katti, which, by the way, you can't, like, an average Lyn at basically a level you would expect her to reach by, if you're investing in her by the end of Lyn mode, still gets one-shot by Lundgren. Again, her bases just don't work. She just will die and thus cannot participate. Anyway, do I know about the Firestone for Fae exploit? Is it just ECG? I don't play FE6 all that much, so I am unfamiliar with ECGing in that game, but like, I guess reasonably you could. News passes on quickly. Yeah, the weird thing is that, like, Lyn was alone for like a year or so, six months to a year. The timeline's a little wonky because, like, basically Madeline and Hussar sent word to Lord Hassan, basically like, hey, we're living a happy life. Things are going well. And then, like, Hassan's like, you know what? I'll go and visit you. And before he can do that, he gets word that the Lorca were massacred and his daughter and son-in-law and presumably granddaughter are all dead, and it's all his fault because he didn't approve of their marriage and forced them to elope and run away. So, if you're ever wondering why Hassan is just sitting there like a lump, he wants to die. He's literally dying of a broken heart. Not the least probable thing in the world. It makes sense, I guess, that, like, Lundgren could know about Lyn. It makes, again, I'm gonna say, like, there are some changes in the light novel that make more sense. If Lyn was, like, before she sets out on her journey, fighting off bandits from local, like, encampments or settlements, it is reasonable, given that she was, like, recognized by her clothing, that, hey, there is a girl dressed in Lorca clothing fighting off bandits somewhere in, like, Sakai near Kaelin. Man somehow survives a whole poison diet. I mean, he's not, like, super poisoned. Because Ostia is watching the Kaelin succession crisis so closely, Lundgren does actually need to be careful in, like, making Hassan's death look legitimate. That there is a legitimate reason as to why, you know, Lundgren doesn't just smother the man of his pillow. He's not very well liked, and if there's any foul play sense, the much, much more powerful Ostia, or really any other surrounding Lycian nations, will just intervene and probably just annex the territory, or at the very least, oust Lundgren from his newly appointed position. Use Will, please. I will. I like good archers. And Will's just a guy. He's just a dude. He's got the funniest Raven support in the game. Rebecca's Bay. I think Rebecca will be genuinely really useful since her chip will be a little more reliable with a better iron bow and better starting speed. Anyway, I'm gonna be honest, this introduction for Florina is kind of silly. It really only serves for a parallel later when she rejoins in Eliwood and Hector mode, and both of those are just a gag. A gag that basically results in her Hector support being a giant nothing burger. You don't introduce Florina here. Like, granted, there is some overarching narrative purpose to this. Basically, these are the Ganelon bandits, and the implication of this conversation is like, ooh, Florina's pretty, and she's got an expensive, like, the girl's pretty, and her Pegasus is worth a lot. We'll take the Pegasus, sell her, and you know what? The girl's pretty, we'll sell her too. So, the implication's not great, but when you fight her with Lyn, they are, like, outwardly offended to be mistaken as the Taliver bandits. The bandits that killed the Lorca. Like, Jesus Christ, like, we're evil, but we're not that bad. We were just gonna, like, sell your friend into, presumably sexual slavery, but, like, we're not that bad, Jesus Christ. They attack women and children. So, like, the bandits in Lyn mode are not just, like, jobbers. While this is never properly followed up on, they do basically serve to build up the Taliver as just, like, the most despicable piece of shit bandits that have ever been known. And FE7, very shittily, just does not satisfactorily follow up on this. If you would find it, let's call it, distasteful for recruiting Torneo in FE9 and then never, ever, ever encountering the Black Knight for the rest of the game, only to learn that in Torneo's A support with Ike, Torneo actually just killed the Black Knight off screen, so Ike's eyes would not have to be clouded by hate. And that's okay, though, because the Black Knight, it wasn't the main purpose of the game. The main purpose of the game is to beat Ashnard. What happened here? Blah, blah, blah. I heard you had left. I decided to follow you. So again, heard she had left. Florina knows where the Lorca are encamped. So reasonably, the Florina was heading towards where Lynn was starting out. It just makes more sense to have Florina join early. When you have more than one unit in your starting chapter, this is true for most ROM hacks or most Fire Emblem games. One unit, like prologue chapters, there's just not a lot you can do strategically, especially when that one unit is so defensively frail. Have Florina join. You can have sword, you can have mercenaries, you can have brigands, you can even have an archer. Counterpoint, that would make Tornado the coolest dude ever. Brother, have you heard his Ashnard conversation? Tornado is already the coolest dude ever. They call me Kingslayer. Come, I shall earn that name. For what it's worth, we actually watched the Black Knight take out Grail. Yeah, you're right. You know what? The Black Knight killing Grail is what starts Ike's character journey of having to grow into the proper leader of a Grail mercenaries. Except, hey, the Talivers slaughtering the Lorca and Lynn being abandoned by its survivors is what sets off her character journey. It's not that dissimilar. Maybe the Taliver bandits are so bad they couldn't in good conscience put them in the game. Yeah, haha, funny. Yeah. Okay, this is not a particularly interesting chapter, mechanically speaking. So we have Florina. Florina is... It is my opinion that despite the fact that Pegasus Knights end up being some of the better units in every game they are in a game with good enemy quality, Pegasus Knights are a perfectly balanced class. Pegasus Knights, they're not overtuned in FE6, and if you look at FE9, where on lower difficulties, Marcia just noms bonus experience and runs the show until you get drill, on something like Maniac mode, or even like hard English mode, Pegasus Knights specialize in speed, skill, luck, res, notably not strength or defense. You just run into a caps issue on a lot of difficulties where no matter what you give your Pegasus Knight, with good enemy quality, they just cannot like one-round certain enemies like brainlessly. So they're good specialist units. I don't think Pegasus Knights are poorly balanced. Anyway, Florina. Florina here. We go ahead and see. Oh, whoops, that is not what I want to do. Compared to Vanilla, Florina really didn't need much of anything. She's a little prone to being screwed due to, again, like... Also, by the way, she's stronger than Lynn at base, which, like, doesn't match up characteristically at all. She's unchanged, really. The only real benefit she gets is that the Slim Lance is, I guess, not as dog water. The god of GBA Pegasi. Yes and no. Florina, if you baby her in Lynn mode, she can just sort of roll out of control and kill everything. The problem is that, like, if she doesn't roll crazily in Lynn mode and eat the 2 stat boosters, she's just gonna be really behind. At which point you just use Fiora, which, like, that's fine. That's, like, kind of the idea. Fiora is the replacement for Florina that you didn't train. I guess she did get buffed in the sense of, like, 21 aid. Female mounted aid is not a thing anymore, for those who are not aware. In Vanilla FE7, female units, their aid formula if they were mounted was 20 minus their con. Male units was 25 minus their con. So the idea would be like, okay, women have lower con, which means that, like, you know, they can't wield weapons very well. But that means that mounted women can rescue more easily, except they, effectively, women just lack, like, 5 extra con. So, like, Vanilla Florina with male cons, like, okay, that's 9 con. If you baby her in Lynn mode, can't that apply to every unit in Lynn mode? No, not Lynn, unless you're like super doing it in Hector and Eliwood mode too, as I did in a solo run. Not really Will due to weapon access, and not really... You know, I don't think I've ever super babied Urk. Compared to Vanilla, as far as vases are concerned, equal HP. I'm looking across the board here. 1 extra point of speed, I guess, which... unless she needed that to hit doubling thresholds, which she might, I'm not sure how necessary it was. If enemies have 6 speed here, 10 speed base was warranted. 1 extra res and light affinity was buffed. Those are her buffs. So, like, I am of the opinion that babying Dorcas is just such a good fucking return on investment because early Hector mode is not very easy. Okay, so here's a thing you can do. If you want good unit feel, I know, a thing that doesn't exist, make it so Florina at base, even in hard mode, will double this guy. Because like, hey, what are your options here? You can not go for the one house that you're obviously meant to go for and double this guy. Or you can fight the one sword unit in range on the map and not really do much to them either. Also, with the starting positions here, even though you gave Lynn 6 moves, she still has a dead turn 1. So that was not a very measured change for the map design itself. You could change starting locations if you want turn 1 to be more interesting. There aren't too many female Cavaliers, so it's mostly more like a flyer aid nerf, which I think should be there. Hey, hi, Isadora. That's why Isadora has low con, you see. She needed to have worse aid. Anyway, take the money, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to get anything from the armory. Realistically, you can sometimes run into the issue of needing an extra iron sword, but like, it's a rarity. Okay, let's see. Do any of you double this guy? 12. 10. We'll just do this. I think they meant for Lynn to visit the home ship of Merc of Will and kill Florina. Well, let's see. Let's see if base Will plus Florina would kill. My unfounded theory is that female aid was meant to be Pegasus, Troubadour, Nomad aid, and there was some fucked up Telebone game. I genuinely, I can understand giving flyers worse aid as like a balancing factor. I don't know, Nomads and Troubadour, I guess the idea is that those aren't war horses in the same way that like, you know, Cavaliers are, but Not bandits, who are you? We have to warn the villagers. For base stat comparisons, are you just looking at the vanilla stats or on something? No, I have Serenus Forest pulled up on another monitor. I guess realistically, pulling up the documentation would make it easier, but like, Serenus Forest is only occasionally wrong. You know what? That's 12, 4, so 3, 9, 6. Nope. Base Will plus Florina does not kill this mercenary, so womp womp, bad unit feel. You didn't do it. The result of male nomads having the best aid in the game is kind of odd. I mean, I don't know, Isake is pretty sexist, so it's working as intended. Not even looking at him? Okay, well, I'm full of shit. Florina just crits. I'll look at Will next turn. I forgot to. Sorry, I was getting in the zone. Okay, so archers are going to be a little trickier this time. Let me find the GitHub. Oh, it's in the pinned comment. Love that. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay, it's just a PDF download. Well, I know we can look at Will here. So, notably, archers at FE7, it's basically FE7 and FE9 fighting for which game has the worst archers. And for my money, actually, I do think it's FE9 because your two options are Rolf and Shinon, and like, there's not really a middle ground in that, but like FE7 is a close second. The way the might hierarchy goes is we have axes, then lances, then bows, and bows and swords. Problem with bows is that it's double effectiveness. They aren't very strong. They're weaker than 2/3 of the weapon triangle. And really every archer, like both Will and Rebecca, just have very bad bases. Again, bases matter a lot. They matter a lot. There we go. That's a meaty PDF. Okay, are we... There we go. Honestly, it's a lot easier to just pull out the document because I have the comparisons right here. So, Will, compared to Vanilla, here's Vanilla Gross. You can see Vanilla Will was always meant to be the harder hitting archer. And this is a case where I think they pushed him towards that a little more. We'll get to his con, but 10 more strength and that's about it. Looking at his bases, though, he got 2 extra space. Actually, okay, the documentation is just incorrect. He got 3 extra, I think. Okay, I'll go back to comparing to FE7 on Saren's Forest. Yeah, he got 3 extra strength. 3 extra strength. Got more buffs than was listed on the doc. Yeah, Will's level 2 here. Unless I just, like, completely conked out and missed a Will level, he comes at level 2, not level 1, so that's an incorrect on the document. So, I'll compare it to his level 1 basis, because it doesn't really matter. He's got 2 extra HP, 3 extra strength, 1 extra skill, 1 extra speed, 1 extra luck, equal defense, 1 extra resistance, and notably 2 more con. If he's gonna be the harder hitting archer, he's gonna be using steel bows, and not getting weighed down by them is probably a good thing. I hate Constitution as a weapon weight mitigator. I think it sucks. I think it's only been good in Thracia, and even then, that's because Con does a bunch of other things in Thracia, and with lower stat caps and units being able to perform fairly similarly, weapon access is how you make units unique. The big deal here is that bows have 7 might. If I look at an Iron Axe, 8 might. And mind you, once we get to steel bows, iron bows are in lockstep with iron lances, but steel bows, they get axe might. So if you think about it, we're effectively, once we get like rolling of steel bows, that is 6 extra might on Will, which is nutty. I know it's not like right now, but I think the changes to both Will and Rebecca are pretty warranted. I think you're still going to run into the issue of actually, hey, this is an enemy phase game and they don't have 1-2 range, or I'm ignoring the short bow because it sucks and it shouldn't have happened. But if archers are going to remain as they are, they just need to be the kings of 2 range combat. Undisputable. Most effective weapons are 3 times. That too. There are a couple of 2x weapons, and I think, yeah, no, 2x and 3x can, like, cordially exist in the same game. Put an iron sword here just in case. Move back here. 1-2 range short bows, though. I think that's lame. I understand why people do it. I think it's a lame design decision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're fine. Go through here. It's not a change I like. It's more of like, I think swords need 1-2, ooh, shit. I think swords need 1-2 range by virtue of having to compete directly with lances and axes as being, you know, a point on the weapon triangle. But like, bows exist as their own thing. They don't interact with the weapon triangle. Ergo, making them just the undisputed kings of 2-range combat is the way to go about it. I don't think you fix archers without a skill system, frankly. I think that is like the secret sauce that fixes them, but let me double check here. That's 16. Okay, I could bop you, so then I only have to eat you guys. Because the risk you run when trying to buff archers is that, like, okay, you buff bows, but you don't end up buffing archers. You'll end up buffing, like, whatever the mounted bow class is, or, hey, let's look at something like Fire Emblem Engage, or even vanilla FE7. You just use a warrior with a bow. Warriors hit hard, so, like, their good strength can be leveraged with bows pretty well. Okay, mark that. Do you move? You do move, cool. I don't like the Fates mini bow. I play a lot of Fates. I don't use the mini bow. I think that, like, I understand why it exists, but, like, conceptually, I just prefer. All right, is there a way I can do this reasonably, or no, there's not. How do we do here? Fucking terribly, cool. You can also have snipers just not have shit stats. I mean, hey, that's what Fates does. I think Fates more or less gets, I'm gonna rescue Lynn and just drop her off. I think Fates more or less gets archers and snipers, right? There are just like a few issues of universal systems that kind of make it a little nutty. Okay, so you can go here. So I can just drop Lin off right here. Trade Lin. The Mani Katti gets repaired, and if you're doing a ranked run, it doesn't cost any against your funds rank, so I'll drop Lin here to pull some heat off. They did right by archers and snipers and fates, but then made daggers. Yeah, look, unmitigated 1-2 range, if it ever exists, it's always going to run the show. That's just, it's the nature of the beast. Yeah, playing safe here, I sort of just have to have sane wall. Low percent crits can screw me over here. I think the idea behind daggers is that, well, ninjas are just like, they have such, ooh boy. Yeah, 2% crit, no thank you. They have such low strength, so it balances out. There we go, Mani Katti. Mani Katti is, in vanilla FE7, the only good thing about Lin. Like, mechanically, that is the only redeeming quality that she has. And mind you, world's biggest Lin defender here. Favorite character in fiction, but like, base Lin in, like, Hector Recruit can do some things in Dread Isle of a Mani Katti, like, fairly reliably. That's 11. Do I hit reliably? I do, so boom, boom. So herein lies the problem. I have 4 defense, 5 effective of that, so I still take 15 damage, 14 on a forest. I'm taking more than half of my health here, so like, and I guess that's to be expected here, but it's just like, archetypically within the bounds of GBA Fire Emblem, Lin just does not function. That's 17, I can park you here. Maybe it's a bad idea to do this, but I still feel like they should have reversed the bow dagger throne triangle, especially since they made anti-magic bows, but they're still on the loser. See, Adventurer's existence kind of makes me agree with you. Because, like, on the face of it, I don't know, Adventurers, they're meant to be the anti-magic weapons, but, like, when you look at a super Ragnarok sorcerer, I mean, okay, I'll take it. Skill's not a horrible thing to get insane. You can't tank that with an adventurer. You send your maid to do it, or your ninja to do it. Your ninjas are your anti-magic units. That's the difference between Conquest and Birthright design. Your anti-mage unit has weapon triangle disadvantage in Conquest. What are you talking about? Kaze. Alright, so we just can't use Kent. The increased skill on enemies across the board just means that, like, Kent's gonna die. And that is a thing that Romhacks run into when they just, like, increase stats. But man, Kent is just going to fucking die if I have him see a bunch of enemy face combat, because he was designed to not have, like, well, he'd eventually face crit, but, like, you know, that's with, like, vanilla skill statting. You can't use Kent. I can use Kent, but if I do use Kent, Kent's gonna get turned into cannot. Dual Yumi really is the real spellbane Yumi. It's like the idea behind making the... Also, by the way, if you don't move, hi, change your movement to null. Like, what are we doing? Revelation's design philosophy is sandboxes are cool and you want to make your units kiss each other. All right, Will, strength. Strength and speed. By the way, level 2 Will. Base Will is like twice as strong as Lin. With a weapon that is 2 to 3 points of might above her. If I do that, I can park you here, because that's a 6er. I can give it to Florina. Accurate movement radius is not something that preserves the OG FE7 feeling. The problem is this hack changes enough to where I don't think the mission statement of preserving the spirit, like the initial spirit of FE7 is really like intact. And to be clear, that's fine. I want a mechanical remake or like redux of FE7 to do interesting fucking things. All right, so like, what's the deal, man? What are we gonna do? Cyan also terrified of low percent crit chance they will refuse to interact with it. Again, 10% crit floor is a really good thing. It means that you're not just gonna spam bronze weapons all the time. It gets around low percent crits, but like, if you're truly fucking up and fighting a non-negligible amount of crit, like, you do have to deal with it. Begging for your life so soon? No. Anyway, this is what I was talking about before. We're like, hey, this is what these guys serve to do narratively. Cavalier, those greedy monsters were nothing like them. Those fiends will even kill women and children. We just wanted to sell your best friend's mount and then sell her into presumably sexual slavery. We're from Ganalong. We know a little something of honor. We don't harm women, for one thing. After all, why kill what you can sell? Anyway, yeah, they serve to build up the Taliver. Boop, boop, boop. Do it again. Damn it. Actually, I don't think I can feed this to Florina. I think Florina genuinely gets like clean one shot with weapon triangle limit. Well, I also am not full health. With 17... No, I get clean one shot. All right. Take it home. I am definitely going to be using Will. And try and... I don't have a vault, right? Yeah, I'm gonna give this to Will. Do I care about ranks? No, because ranks are dumb. Don't need to buy weaponry. You don't really need to do that in vanilla unless you're super abusing the calves. And this is a game where they give you even more weapon uses. No, the money you get here is kind of like... There's no need. Draw your swords. Nope. Gun. Awfully nice of Lynn to allow a bandit to promote sexual slavery to go free just because they're not on a personal hit list. Lynn is like, despite what I think a lot of English characterization through vocal work would tell you, Lynn is not like... God, how does Wendy Lee describe it? Kindness. Lynn is kind. It is not her, like... Let's call it most prominent characteristic. Lynn and Erica, for example, are very different people. Lynn's kind of prickly, and unfortunately they sand that off in future appearances because it's either not as marketable or it just wasn't something that the devs really keened in on when they were trying to bring her forward. Lynn would sell her best friend to slavery to get revenge? No, obviously not. The point is just like, hey, you're a piece of shit, but like, I don't have to kill you if you just leave. Which is kind of reasonable. I think buying a sword for the other cav is all right. Where it's relevant. Anyway, it's this conversation that I think you could move to the preamble before chapter 1, and it would make a little more sense as to why Lynn's just like, okay, you guys suck, let's go. But just include me. So no joking ladder. Mercenaries, blah, blah, blah. Sane's right, by the way. I'm not going to tell you anyone. Florina is kind of important to Lynn's, like, as a rock for, I guess, Lynn's arc, because she is the only person in the entire cast that knows Lynn prior to, like, what she became after her entire tribe was massacred. And I think then she is a very good character to kind of use to explore that. I think Wallace is a good character to do it with, too, because, again, Wallace knew Hussar and Madeline, and like, you know, he was the reason basically that Madar and Hadland, Hussar and Madeline were able to like escape and elope. I just don't like how it was done in vanilla FE7. It feels so mishandled as to be mean-spirited in a sense. Perfect FE7 Romhack would just delete the game. I see you too, Hex. But no, I wouldn't. I mean, you'd maybe delete it and add another game. But chapter 4. Best Kent art. Yes, that is one of many reference images that I use to try and like suss out what the FE7's cast height are. And yeah, Florina is pretty small. She is shoulder height on Lynn. Deleting Lynn mode is enough. I'll be honest, if like, without memeing, if you do genuinely think FE7 as a whole, the solution to Lynn mode is just delete it and just make her a normal side character, I think that's like incredibly lame and incredibly against the spirit of FE7. Just, if you want Lynn mode to function in a world that already knows what strategy RPGs are, you have to completely rebuild it from the ground up. The story works, but like the maps would need to change a lot. Dog? JP is able to skip Lin mode for a reason. JP is able to skip Lin mode because Lin mode serves as a genre tutorial. Japan has had, at that point, 7 Fire Emblems. I'm including BS Fire Emblem. Yes, I am. So they don't need to know it. Yes, Lin mode serves the purpose of a, like, it is slow paced. It's not very exciting, but that is its point mechanically. It needed to be what this was for the genre it was courting, for the audience it was courting. JP can skip it the same way that you can skip Lin mode after you've beaten the game. You've proven that, hey, you don't need to play the tutorial part. The game gets mechanically interesting from chapter 11 onward. So just make the first 10 chapters, cut them down so they're not as long, and make them more interesting. Have Lin mode be like Heirs of Fate and not affect the stats later. I would just make it so, like, between Lin mode and Elowood mode, if your units do not meet, like, a minimum threshold on level, they're just auto-leveled. Auto-leveled below what you would expect them to be, but auto-leveled to the point of, like, being workable. Because, like, a year passes between Lin mode and Elowood mode, and Sane and Kent become the captain of the Kalen Knights, Will works as, like, part of Kalen's guard. Presumably, they would have gotten stronger in that year. This is the hill I'm willing to die on. I have been fighting on this hill for genuinely longer than some of you in chat have been alive. All right, this game's old. This game is old, and I have been fighting about it for a long time. Anyway, Natalie's here in a rundown fort, looking for her husband. For the sake of, like, again, paring down Lin mode, making it a little more streamlined, I really think you can just have Natalie be in Will's village. And just like, hey, I was given shelter. I was from one of the villages that was destroyed, or like the ruined villages around. And then you can have a defense chapter, and you can kind of work it in the grounds of like a village with ruins around it. Because like this is just, okay, it's just like a fort. And this woman with a bum leg is here and being besieged by bandits. You're not fighting for this before I was born? Yes, Chew, because hang on. Do I need to do the command? You're younger than FE7, your opinion does not matter. Which, that's not fair. My actual benchmark of like, you're a kid is, were you born before 9/11? Cool, you're an adult. After 9/11? I don't know. And I use that because that means that one of my friends I can regard as an adult, and the other one I can regard as a child when it suits me. I made that command. You did. Why didn't you bring it up? Anyway, these are the remnants of the Ganelon. And again, you're fighting the same bandits, so like, reasonably, you could just have them like all be there at once. Because you don't get, there is no extra story significance that comes from the bandits here. It builds up nothing that wasn't built up in the last chapter. Yeah, I want to capture the woman, blah, blah, blah. Because basically, nothing that was not established in Lynn's boss conversation is established here. Just a reminder that people with bad opinions might be 22 years old now. Yeah, that's the linear progression of time. It's terrifying. Your opinion always matters. On one hand, story-wise, this takes place elsewhere. On the other hand, this is the best map in Lin mode. I don't really think it's all that great. It's okay. Defense maps in Fire Emblem tend to be better because, like, you know, usually that means that enemy quality or quantity is a little higher and you have to figure out how to, like, initiate or deal with it. Anyway, yeah, there's Dorcas. One of the things I don't like about this map is that basically this is a 7-turn map. The first 2 turns of the map are basically Lyn getting Dorcas. Dorcas gets that. So, assuming nothing else was changed, the way you want to go about this, send Florina over there to fight the swarm of mercenaries. Jesus Christ. I need to check. Is Kent gonna get, like, his ass beat? Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't want to get hit by you, actually. So what I'm going to do is 1, 2, 3. Creative Lyn. Take the Iron Sword. Park here. Put Sane here, because Sane can eat too. Oh, man, I'm so fucking dumb. All right, well, whatever. We're just going to do this. Do I die to 3 is the question. 5, 5, no. So we do this. I wanted to pull with Will. That was my mistake. I put them both, the Cavs up one tile, I could have made that work. Anyway, one thing I would like to see is, I know that FE7, Fire Emblem as a whole likes having the Axe Fighters, like Axe Fighter bros. I would really prefer Dorcas be a Brigand. You don't get a playable Brigand. Yes, you do get a Pirate and you do get Hawkeye, so that could make 3 Berserkers with 2 Warriors, but you get Geats. You should still attack at 2 range. Yeah, the intended solution is what I'm doing. But like, again, I don't think this is a fantastic map just by virtue of the solution being very rigid. Which is why I think giving you the ability to choose your deployments earlier is a good thing. Why is hand axe 40 uses? Weapon uses went up across the board. The rationale was, well, you're gonna buy 20 hand axes anyway, so like, we might as well just give it to you. The problem is the FE7 hand axe, one could argue it is like top 5 weapon in the entire series. Oh, wait, this is good. Movement order means that Will does get attacked. Nice. Yeah, 14 damage, Will. This man is hitting like a freight train. Choo-choo. I've been playing FE7 for over a decade and a half. I still play Lin mode to make Lin Florina usable in Hector hard mode. Saber of Red, you are always welcome here. Kindred Spirit. Anyway, we talked to Dorcas. Should be a Brigand. If you really want, you can make like a different Brigand or Pirate promotion. It's up to you. But I don't know. I think it'd be more interesting to have a Brigand and a Fighter come in Alley Heck mode. Did you hurt your wife? Natalie's here in this fort. Instead of, why is she in a fort? Smith hates shopping. I mean, he's got the right idea in the sense of there is nothing interesting about buying 20 hand axes. Because ultimately, the problem with durability is you have to have a good foresight for when you can buy those weapons again and how many enemies you will encounter before the next ability to shop. Doesn't really work all that well. I think it works better in something like Tellius where you have a base with like, that's where you buy all your weapons, but even then, it's not perfect. Why, apropos of things like, the forging system, I think Fates does it best. Unfortunately, the guaranteed crit will not happen here, and I can't do that, so... Let's do that. And again, the flow of this map is kind of dependent on you getting lucky in a few particular areas. Okay, that's 5 and 5. As long as I don't... I'm not getting doubled, right? These guys aren't that fast. Yeah, 7 speed. I'm not at 30. 5 and 5. 6 and 6. So... as long as I don't take a counterattack, Sane and Kent can eat... I mean, Sane can eat too. Kent wouldn't need to. Ah, Kent, you fucking bum. Between Warrior and Berserker, who would choose Warrior, really? You would choose Warrior in a game where bows have value. So you would choose Warrior in a game where, like, something like the way we run Core Quest, where hand axes suck. Granted, Berserker has value in, like, a Core Quest too, but, like, the point is, in a situation where, like... is this gonna break? No. In a situation where Warrior's bow access actually matters, like, you would choose Warrior. Warrior engaged is better. That's just a... they statted the Unitron. Also, we gotta look at Dorcas. I forgot to look at Dorcas. Alright, so... a common mistake that ROM hackers make all the time is that Dorcas has the single best ability of any unit in the entire game. ROM hacks that buff up Dorcas because, yeah, he's not a great unit, will inevitably make the most snowbally monster known to man, because you just feed him the Lin mode stat boosters, he gets the first hero crest, and he just solos the game. He has a monstrous 32 starting HP. His speed's not great, and, like, his defensive capability's not great. Like, I'll bring up his Vanilla Gross. Vanilla Gross has got 25 and 15. Like, he's not very defensive. But, also, that was me. Sorry. That was an email. If we go ahead and look at his gross, we compare. We actually took his HP down a little bit. We took his strength down a little bit. But we brought up his skill and speed. We balanced out Dorcas a little bit so that, like, he didn't get completely mollywopped by the progression of enemies, because Dorcas will not double very early on in the game, and he runs into issues with his skill pretty early. But the big boost is to like 40 defense. They tried to make Dorcas the more defensive of the two fighters, which I think makes sense. I think it's a good reflection of his support with Oswin. And I guess 15 more res. They're trying to make him more defensive. Works well enough. Oh, how about that? Gungoozler. Sorry, my chat is very small on my screen. Thank you very much for your Twitch Prime. Enjoy your stay here. I hope you enjoy FE7 Legacy. Looking at his bases, however, he's joining at level 4, so he got 2 extra to his HP. Not necessary. Actually, I guess technically, Dorcas gets hard mode bonuses. I don't like hard mode bonuses. I think it is just a balance your units properly, and you don't need them. They are a byproduct of just how recruitment is done. I don't think they're particularly necessary or good. But looking at hard mode bonuses here, we have 2 extra strength, 3 extra skill, 1 extra speed, 1 extra luck, 2 extra defense, and 1 extra res. By the way, did I mention that Lyn only got 1 extra point of starting HP and an extra point of movement? Units need to have weaknesses. Aren't hard mode bonuses technically a glitch? It depends on how you categorize glitch. I would not say they're a glitch, no. I would say that they are just a byproduct of how enemy loading is concerned. They are in FE6, not sure about FE7. I don't think they were intended, but I do think that it's just like a byproduct of the system that they made. Probably intended for 7 because they had to know. Maybe. Awakening has hard mode and lunatic bonuses, so eventually it just became a thing, but like, Intelligent Systems is not deaf to how fans play their games. Like, look at Engage Ike, for example. Wrath Resolve, haha, funny. So I think at a certain point they just realized that, holy shit, hard mode bonuses like Milady, Rutger, and a skill, again, like Raven are fucking nutty, and fans like that. And it's fun, but it's not necessarily well balanced. Okay, can I make it up here? Good. All right, this is all Florina does this map. This is all Florina really can do this map. You send Florina up here and she just deals with a bunch of mercenaries. Because, again, Florina is a case of if she's not fighting at weapon triangle advantage, she's just not going to do anything. An Iron Axe, great. Send you up here. It's the reason I don't play FE6 outside of Romhack. It just feels like your army has 5 less slots because of the super unbalanced cast. I agree. It's why people can be a little harsh on Project Ember, but like I don't agree with FE6's design philosophy. I don't think it's good. That. I think there is something to be said about designing a game with like consonance between like, I guess, the lore power of characters and the in-game power of characters. I think it's fine for something like Fire Emblem 4, where that is really important, but like, FE6 is just statistically really unbalanced, to a degree that I don't like. 6 and 6. I shouldn't die unless I get doubled, which, again, 7 speed, not 3 speed, we're fine. I think the best way to do unit design with a cast of this size is that every unit has some sort of like statistical leaning that tries to give them a niche. It might not always succeed, but tries to give them a niche. And pre-promotes that you get later in the game are replacement units as like, that should never be as good as like a punishment for bad play. Okay, we're not gonna... I like the animations here, but there's also nothing particularly... No! Oh, wait, good. All right, Florina can get this. Alright, another Lin level up. Do I see no strength? I do see no strength. My Lin has more defense than strength. This is why we have to give units bases. Because, hey, as it turns out, when you get nothing but strength, your ability to... when you don't ever get strength and you have none to begin with, as enemies ramp up and you don't, you lose your ability to gain XP and participate in the systems. Hulk is fine, but, like, base would be fine. I don't get why Fiona has this missurrounding that her due to a bug. I mean, it's just, like, the most charitable explanation of her stats. Of, like, there's no way this could have been intended. It has to be a bug. Because, like, so I know you've dug into Tellius more than pretty much anyone I've ever met. And Florina, yeah, that's sure as a Pegasus Knight level. More than anyone I've ever met, but, like... if you don't know the inner workings of it, it's pretty reasonable to believe that, like, that shit was not intended at all. Who got bulk? Lin keeps leveling defense, which is, like, not the worst thing in the world, but ultimately... So remember how I mentioned that the weapon hierarchy was axes, lances, bows, swords? With bows being moved up, you would expect the gap between lances and swords to be closed, but no, swords are still 2 points of might below lances, despite almost always facing weapon triangle disadvantage. So, that's 17, so that's 18 and 5, actually. That's not too bad. That's 23 effective. All right, I don't die. Oh, you, the Iron Axe. Doot. Okay, Yeesh. Oh, Lin, how I didn't miss you. I don't know. I think going the Hana approach to it would be fine. If you want her to be like a dodge tank glass cannon, you can go that route, but there is not really an upside with this particular... I take 7 damage from you? 5. Double checking here. 12, 13. Okay, so... That's fine. That's 5 and 6. I should live. I'll have to heal next turn. Unless I don't hit this 90 and I get hit in return. Alright, we're good. I don't know, there are a lot of games that, like, acknowledge the fact that pretty much every Cavalier and Knight that you face is wielding a lance and make the Mani Katti a Reaver weapon. Which does give Lin more flexibility. But, you know, it also makes it kind of a shitty weapon when you are fighting bandits. I think conditionally, you could make it such that it's Reaver when used effective, but that's just me. Remember, Lin becomes the biggest player phase nuke in the game. That's true. Smith did say that. People don't go on the internet and tell lies. Wonder if she'll get Mulliger here? No. I've watched through the 2-hour video, so I know what I am to expect here. They just made the Soul Katti less dog shit. Nice. They followed in Awakening's footsteps to a smaller degree. I think the Soul Katti in Awakening, it's very weak, but I think it's got like the 3rd highest crit in the entire series, so they just gave it 40 crit and made it not weigh 200 pounds. That's 10, and that is 13. It's 4 less, so 10 and 6, actually. I live this. That being said, I'm gonna heal just in case. The promotion to Snowman Troop, it's still infantry. The change to Lin was that she has 1 extra point of HP, 5% growth and speed, slightly higher caps on her skill and speed, which in most cases, unless you get lucky, will not actually matter on average, and 1 extra point of move. So she's basically like light infantry, like Myrmidons and Swordmasters in Arcanea. That is how they've made Lin the best player phaser in the game. Nomad Pooper promo. Look, if I'm ever a party pooper about anything Smith does, just know that I appreciate you didn't give Lin a horse. The restraint on Gotcha Brain is noted and appreciated. Soul Katti does not weigh a ton. Lin can, I believe promoted Blade Lord Lin can use it without penalty. I believe the best player phaser unit would be someone with a strength stat. Someone with a strength stat and like a weapon that does damage. The reason Rutger's the best player phase nuke in the game is that, like, if you're averaging out hit chances, Rutger's massive strength and weapon triangle advantage against a lot of scary enemies ends up making it such that, yeah, he does genuinely do a lot of work. As far as, like, expected numbers. She has buffed bows. I mean, I use, like, bows out of necessity, mind you, in vanilla FE7 on Lyn, but it will help Lyn. But mind you, that's just a universal thing. It helps Lyn as much as it helps, like, Wrath and Geats. Funny thing is with Engage and Heroes, it seems like Intelligent System seems Lyn is a bow user primarily now. The reason Lyn is a bow user primarily in Heroes and Engage is just a product of them being crossover games and Intelligent Systems striving, for parity amongst their lords. Prior to something like Heroes, Lyn did have, like, was genuinely unique from, like, a weapon design standpoint. She was the only lord in the series that, like, used a notably Eastern style of swordplay. You could argue, well, like, Corrin takes inspiration from the Lulan Kingdom of China and some Indian inspiration, but none of that is reflected in their swordplay nor their armor design, so I don't really Jesus Christ. I don't really consider it all that much. So Lyn did stand out as unique. The problem is, from a weapon balance perspective, like, Fire Emblem has too many sword lords. The Smash fans were actually right. And a lot of sword lords do not have weapons that they can sensibly pivot to, because Intelligent Systems for the longest time kind of viewed the Soul Kadi as like, well, it's the weapon she gets endgame, so it's her weapon. It was a lot easier to pivot Lyn to her sidearm than a lot of other lords. Hence defense level up saved him. Shit, did it? Oh, you know what? He got attacked twice, yeah. All right, well, as they say, just get lucky. I did not calc that out right. That is 6, that is 5. Ike should have been an axe user. I don't agree with that. I do agree that Ike should get axes when promoting in FE9. And I think he should start with axes in FE10. Because by the time you get here's the thing. Axes are better than swords in both Tellia's titles, but the Ragnall is better than axes. So, like, there is a distinct power jump of swords, axes, Ragnall. So, like, you would use axes on Ike eventually, and then, like, you would then just use, like, the Ragnall, because it's fucking Ragnall. At least Lyn's good in warriors. Navarre's better. Womp womp. Womp womp. How much damage? You have, Christ, you have 6 defense now. Yeah, you're fucking fine. You're fine. 7. Hammer is the best weapon in FE10. I mean, in a particular way, sure, it solves a problem that nothing else solves in the same way. Wow. Okay, thanks to Lyn getting, like, 3 defense levels, I can actually initiate on player phase and not die. Fucking nutty. This is kind of how you would be expected to be able to use a player phase unit. Like, okay, you can go for broke here, and you don't immediately die if you just get unlucky. Forge hand axe says hi. Yeah. All right, do I see no strength? Oh, I don't. Okay. All right, there it goes. Even parity. Anyway. I'm gonna try and feed the rest of these to Dorcas. Thank you for praying for me. Thoughts and prayers did work here. Damn, okay, Dorcas is doubling too. Are you sure we thought about their bases? Okay, last turn. 3-3-2, so... yeah. You have to get lucky with a... You either have to have, like, a high enough HP for it. No, actually, you just have to get lucky with a crit, I think. I don't think vanilla you're doubling at that point. All Alright, that's a decent Florina level. I mean, again, you just want strength and defense. Anytime I see a GBA double, it's always surprising. GBA fighter double, it's always surprising. Again, this guy has 7 base speed. They buffed his speed by 1. That's only 3 less than Florina. That is... Dorcas is as fast as the quote-unquote fast or balanced Cavalier. Bases matter a lot, actually. Okay, so that is 13. I have 5 HP. I have 15. I can maybe... I can't, actually. This goes wrong. No, the 1 speed is a hard mode bonus, but hard mode bonus is Dorcas didn't get them vanilla, so... that sucks. Can I rescue you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Okay, we hit this, so... I can move Sane. I think Sane has a 100% chance to hit. Yeah. And Sane level up. Strength. All right, that's kind of what I expect from Sane. And again, just barely 1 extra point of move, but it does not quite get her where she needs to go. All right, do we crit? No, we don't crit. Do we crit? No, we don't crit. Okay. Hard mode bonus here is just a consequence of hard mode enemies. I mean, given that, you know, it is a... It's a change. It's a conscious change, and the ramifications were known. Anyway, this dialogue changes if you kill the boss, so this dialogue changes if you know, play the game as intended. Womp womp. This isn't really much of a defense map, because really they just crash upon you. But it's hard to do a defense map when starting out, you only have 2 units that can really frontline. You eventually get Dorcas, but that's like a third of the way through. Florina cannot do anything on this map. You just shove her in the corner where she fights the designated Florina enemies that would otherwise not really threaten anything. +1 stats to Dorcas won't be a big deal. Well... You got more than +1, I'll tell you that much. And Lynn's like, by the way, bandits are literally the fucking worst things ever. I know they're fodder in most Fire Emblem games, but, like, they're brutal murderers and pillagers and, like... No one ever trusts you. Yeah. Alright, there's chapter 4. This one comes too quickly. Let's swap back, and now we're going to the border burn. So, we've journeyed from, like, southern Sakai through a little bit of Lycia, and then into, like, Burn's border here. Or actually, no, we haven't through Lycia yet, excuse me. Oh, Saber Red, thank you very much for the follow. I've seen you around a couple of times. It's nice to have you for the long term. This is a chapter that doesn't need to exist. This chapter does absolutely fucking nothing. This is a chapter that exists because we need to introduce things mechanically. There is no story value to this chapter existing. Delete it. You don't even get anything from, like, what is it, Bug? The boss of this chapter? There is no story value. You can just have Urk and Sarah join Narafin, and you know what? It makes more sense for, like, Sarah, of all people, to be encountered in the massive city of Arafin. Like, modern-day Sarah just lives at the mall. Alright, like, 2003, like, modern AU Sarah, homegirl is just, like, at the mall 24/7. Urk and Sarah don't even contribute to the story, no? Nope, they don't. I think it's not nothing to introduce them this early. Also, this map sucks for, again, you have no ability to, granted, this is a tiny map, but you have no ability to reorder, like, reposition your units, so yeah, the terrain kind of hits you pretty hard. It is slower than you would expect it to be. At least Sarah has funny music, yeah. But mind you, this conversation could absolutely take place in Arafin, where Urk's like, hey, listen, well, I got you to a big city, just, like, leave me be, por favor. And again, the first opportunity to get involved in trouble and she jumps right in. Hey, if, like, Castle Arafat is being besieged by, like, Ledgren's men? Yeah, Sarah could still jump in. Realistically, their motivation for helping could be the exact same. There is no reason to have this chapter. They could have showed up with Matthew. No, they wouldn't show up with Matthew because Matthew shows up independently. Same chapter, but, like, you could get 4 units in one chapter if you made the Arafat chapter bigger. And frankly, we'll talk about what I would do when we get there, which is far beyond the scope of just slightly changing the map and keeping the switch mechanic intact. I never used Urk. I saw this dude in middle school and immediately thought he was a scrub and benched him. Middle school you was right. Urk is, frankly, the least memorable of all the mages in this game. Nino at least has, like, funny est privilege. But, like, Urk's directly outdone by Pent. Lucius is far more offensively valuable, and Canas has better weapon access. And we're gonna talk to Urk, because I want a full move. I love Urk. I think Urk is very interesting. I love Urk's supports. FE7, I think prior to maybe, like, 3 houses, I think FE7 had, like, some of the most impressive character work in the entire series, as far as interplay and connections are concerned. I like his support with Louise. I like his support with Nino. His Priscilla support's, like, kind of boring, but whatever. I don't know. Urk just has, like, big imposter syndrome. And you know what? This man should promote, get a horse, become Mage Knight of Etruria. And hey, guess what? Mage Knight Urk differentiates himself from Pence. Anyway, let's look at Urk first. Urk is... Oh, wow. Look at all the stats we gave Urk. So, compared to Vanilla Urk, he's still level 1, but he got 1 extra point of HP. Mind you, all in got equal magic, 2 extra skill, 1 extra speed, 1 extra luck, 2 extra defense, and that is it. I'm biased and think the best supports were still FE9. Don't get me wrong. I think FE9 has really solid supports, but, like, thinking of the character web and how things connect with FE7's cast, I think is really impressive how a lot of characters end up connected to one another in ways you just wouldn't necessarily expect. Celica, Cecilia is normally a Valkyrie, not a Mage Knight. Yeah, but Valks are female only to what my recollection is in most ROM-hacks. So, Mage Knight Urk. That's how you fix him. Anyway, growth-wise, I'll bring up his growth because it's easier to compare when they are on screen. Urk had the problem. Urk had, like, terminal Ellawood syndrome of... He just, like, if you got too unlucky, his kind of underwhelming bases could just have him fall behind in his 2 offensive stats, and then he can't do anything. All we really did is buff up... I say we, I wasn't involved in this shit. All we really did, buffed up Urk's bases a little bit. I don't think that was super... I mean, Urk's not a great unit, but that's more to do with, like, when you get him back in Ellawood Hector mode and the experience that he's probably not getting here. It just made him, you know, an actual coin flip on magic, which... Yeah, that's nice. A little extra skill. It's not really going to be felt, but sure, if you want to give him extra points here and there, that's fine. I don't think that Anima Magic was changed in too many meaningful ways, except for Elfire no longer weighs a shit ton. Sarah! Sarah's a unit that even the official Nintendo, like, strategy guide says, hey, by the way, you're probably going to want to bench her for Priscilla when you get her. No matter what you do, if your job is healing, the only stat that matters is magic. And base Sarah's magic was fucking 2. And she doesn't have a horse, and she doesn't have, like, funny Festal 2 range, which is what I would give her in a Realm Hack. I would just give her an 8 staff range +1 to make her slightly more flexible in Priscilla in certain engagements. They gave her 4 magic, and, like, realistically, warranted. Like, +4 to her attacking stat is a lot, but, like, Sarah's magic just did not let her do her job at all from the get-go. She got +1 to HP, 4 to magic, 1 to skill, 1 to speed, 1 to luck, and 2 to res. Mind you, Link got 1 HP. Still 4 con, but realistically, light magic is usually light enough, barring Shine and Divine, really, that it wasn't a huge issue for her. Priscilla is also notably the only unit that was nerfed. Well, no, because she was also buffed in the sense of that we undid female mounted aid. So you could call it a side grade, really. Anyway, here are her growths compared to Vanilla. Honestly, They increased her speed by 50%, or 50, not 50, 10%, not 50%, Jesus. If it were me, I would just make Sarah the fucking, like, Giga Magic Cleric. I would have put those 10% in speed and put it in Magic. She was buffed because staff XP was increased. Yeah, it's not as miserable to train your staffers in this. Anyway, we could give this to Urk, but I'm big Dorcas pilled, so go get him, Dork. So, sorry, I didn't read your question, but first we have a Dorcas. We have a Dorcas. Level 5. HP. Okay, man, you go at your own pace. Urk says the harshest bandage is Flee and Terror of Sarah. Would limit Sarah A support where she annoys the Talon or bandage away work better or worse than the Wallace for support? Honestly, worse. I know it's a joke, but like if I'm evaluating it at face value, yeah, it'd be worse. I don't want to get hit by you, and I need to be a little mindful of you. So the big change for this chapter is that Bug now has 10 defense, so the idea is that, hey, he's an enemy that Urk can really, you know, do something against. Okay, I mean... This man's got fucking 11 strength. More than double your lovely starting lord. We'll do that. I need to check that I don't face crit from enemies. I don't love that. There, you don't move, so I'll just pull with you turn 1. Boop, boop. Move Sarah here, heal Urk. We're definitely, enjoy this one Sarah heal animation. I've kept animations on because I am assuming that if there was ever a playthrough of a series where we'd have new people, it would be this. Whoops, off. Actually, no, I can just hold L. I can just hold L. Thank you, quality of life. Sarah Sprite having such red hair always confused me. You just gotta consider that it was meant to be viewed without a backlight. Yeah, that's my dude! My dude hits this. My Dorcas hits these. Hello, Morgruk. Welcome, Counterman. Core Quest eventually approaches. I hope to see you there. We'll probably start announcing stuff for Core Quest after FE7 Lex. But it is in the works. Didn't you have 8 defense before anyway? I think he was fairly defensive. I am talking about the rationale for the change to Bug stats was Smith wanted a boss that could feasibly showcase Urk's strengths. Okay, this is a case where the extra point of move actually helps, because I can now attack here. I'm gonna give this to Will, because I think it's reasonably likely that we hit. Alright, Will, do I see more strength? Okay, strength and speed, and res. This is how you give a unit an upside. People actually playing ZA? Yeah, no, people are absolutely playing ZA. Okay, I have 7 effective speed, 7, don't get doubled. I haven't seen ZA because I'm a Pokemon boomer. It also came out today, right? Maybe yesterday if you live in different territories. So, you know, there wasn't much time for you to see it unless you were watching, like, big ol' Poke Leaks. And honestly, I enjoyed Legends Arceus. I would also consider myself vaguely a Pokemon boomer. And, like, I liked it. I liked Legends Arceus. So, if that's the route they're going for ZA... God damn it, Lynn. I should have given you an Iron Sword, but you know what? That's fine. Okay. I guess Sane just goes this way. Alright. Do I see luck? Oh, look, I love substats. Ooh, I love substats. I love not getting strength, speed, or defense. Oh, you guys are talking about the old Fates leak where it was Vampire Emblem. Yeah, also, when you're saying FEWOD, I just hear, like, Wars of Dragons, like the Spanish Fire Emblem fan site that has shockingly good documentation. So here's the thing. I could use Urk, or I could just crit the shit out of the boss. I take 14 damage from you? I don't. Cool. How's the perfect FE7 remake going along? I mean, I'm taking my sweet time with it. I could blitz through it, but like, it's FE7, Hikaru. You know I have a lot to say, so I will let the story play by for people who want to see it, and for me who wants to make comments on it. Oh, I guess WOD can also mean like, what, the WoW expansion? On off Pokemon so hard nowadays. I mean, look, no series will enrapture you forever, I say, playing Fire Emblem for the 20 billionth time. Anyway, we get a red gem. Sure, why not? You have 4 defense. You hit for 20. We're fine. Took me a while, but you finally have Flareon. Chat, what's your favorite evolution? Actually, you know what, Chew? Put up a poll. This is very important to the progression of FE7 Legacy. Chat, what is your favorite evolution? There's a wrong answer. There are several right answers, but there is a wrong answer. Why do they fear the Ganelon bandits? Yay! Maybe evolution changes on the mood. Honestly, I say there's a wrong answer, but I don't actually think I dislike any of the evolutions. I think they are all, at least, like, aesthetically pretty well conceived. I love mermaids since I was a kid, so Vaporeon. I never really vibed with Vaporeon's design when I was younger. Which, I guess way back when, it was like Vaporeon and Jolteon were the only 2 evolutions that were really I mean, Espeon was good for a while, and Umbreon had stall strats, so I guess that's not entirely correct to say that it was the only good evolution. I do genuinely think Sylveon is like a design miss. I know a lot of people are like ride or die for that Pokemon, but I don't care for the design. I don't think it feels a little too far of a departure from all the other evolutions. All right, do I see no strength? I do. Hey, look, it is the no strength, no defense level. Units need upsides. Nicely done, that should be about it. Our staff is a wondrous thing. There we go, just kind of... it's fine. No one will die. Yeah, and then Sarah and Urk leave, and you know what? In a rewrite where you meet them in Araffin, they could follow you after Marcus Araffin is just so goddamn giga racist towards Lynn. Gen 4 ones were Glaceon and Leafeon. They suck by virtue of... God, they just don't let you evolve. They don't let you evolve. At least Glaceon. I'm pretty sure in Diamond and Pearl you don't get Leafeon until, like, it's a locked room in Eterna Forest. But I like both of them from a design standpoint. It sounds dangerous. I think I'm going to be ill. We love Urk here. He's such a funny dude. Oh, and Platinum is just in Eterna Forest? You don't get any EV in the original Diamond and Pearl, not until Dex? Really? Oh. I remember it being a pain in the ass to get the Sinnoh ones, so maybe. Urk doesn't irk me? No, Urk doesn't irk me. I wish he had more of a niche, but again, I don't think you're going to get that within the bounds of vanilla FE7. Okay, Beyond the Borders. By the way, fantastic song. Drop the S. You should all play Tatsunoko versus Capcom. It saved Marvel versus Capcom, and then Marvel versus Capcom killed itself. But you know what? Tatsunoko tried. Anyway, we've now actually made it to Lycia. I lied about being in Lycia before. Anyway, Lundgren hungers to rule. Okay, hooray. I'm gonna complain about this scene. Those of you who have ever watched me play FE7 will know what this is. So, mind you, this is Arafin, after all, she is the second biggest city in Lycia. So, Lynn's entire purpose for setting out is to get stronger so she can take vengeance on the Talaver and prove to all of the Lorca that left her behind because she was a woman and thus inherently weak, wrong. So, Lynn's is like natively a story of like trying to be martially competent. So to that end, taking the character whose entire shtick is like proving her martial competence and damseling her basically 3 times throughout the story, arguably 4, doesn't really gel. Like, the actual rationale behind this is just basically like, hey, by the way, hey, look, this is Wrath. Ooh, it's a potential love interest for Lynn, so we have to give him a cool guy moment. Now, see how this plays out. Lynn is, like, 2 enemies run up on her. Who are you? You're Lindis, aren't you? Ah. What do you... No questions, prepare yourself. And mind you, she's not taken really... I mean, I guess she's taken somewhat by surprise, but, like... She's not struck unawares. Miss Iaido herself can probably draw her sword and defend herself. But I was wondering if he did it. He didn't. He did not bother adjusting cutscene stats, so the cutscene breaks. Nice job. An arrow? And there we go. This is, honestly, this is a pretty important chapter for, like, the narrative told within Lynn mode. It's basically like, hey, by the way, I thought a Sakaean plainswoman was being attacked. I was mistaken. So, Lynn is of mixed blood. That will come up later in this chapter, but, like, and it doesn't read very well through the character design. I think the idea is that people talk about Lynn's eyes as being, like, a telltale sign that she's not full-blooded Sakaean. And I guess if you played FE6, it kind of works out, but most of the Sakaeans you see there are, like, dudes, and men and women have different design philosophies. Lynn has larger eyes than, like, Sue, or a lot of the generic Sakaean mooks you see, or, like, Sin and Wrath. But again, aside from Sue, there's not really, like, a female analog of a Sakaean that we could see, like, oh yeah, Lynn does look significantly different. And, like, Sakaeans all have green eyes, so that doesn't really work as far as eye color. It might just be like a Western perspective of how we tend to assign traits to different racial backgrounds, but like, I think from like someone who's mixed myself, something like eye color being kind of odd with your hair color is an easier phenotypical like exemplifier of being mixed. At least as far as I'm concerned, or like hair and complexion differences. Sue is like, yeah, no, Sue's like has narrower eyes, but like I don't think an FE7 player has enough of a design basis to look at Lynn's design, see realistically, like the closest analogs are like Guy and Wrath. We have presumably like Lloyd, Corel, Carla, but Corel, Carla, you can argue that they're their own separate thing because their design philosophies, they're an isolated clan, their design philosophies are like half, hey, here's a wink and a nod to Juke Draw. So like, it doesn't really, it doesn't read. Mind you, this is a Western perspective on it, on how I view like phenotypical races and all that, but it's kind of weird, don't you think? Don't you think it's a little weird that like Lynn, who lived all of her life out in the plains, is in most official art paler than Ellawood and Hector? you can make that work. For a while, I thought, like, man, that's dumb. Give Lynn a tan, make her darker. But I think a solution to actually make Lynn read as mixed a little better, you don't have to change Lynn's design, but rather, you make Guy and Wrath a little, like, change their complexion a little bit. And mind you, I'm looking at Wrath and Lynn, like, they have two different skin tones. I don't believe Guy shares Wrath's, skin palette, so it's not like a universal thing either. It's really just Wrath. So genuinely, I think making like Guy and Wrath noticeably tan would help. Would kind of help like the design tell what is meant to be told here. Anyway, we have Wrath. So fuck this. I hate it. I know. Look, the short bow does not have much reason to exist in vanilla. It's basically just hey, do you want to get better weapon experience but not be tethered to the like steel bow? Here you go. I get it. It's called a short bow. Bows don't have a 1-2 range option. Literally adding I guess even if you include stuff like the light brand and the rune sword, bows are the only weapon type to lack a 1-2 range option. And this is not a game with like, you know, a secondary triangle or anything. This is a perfectly acceptable decision. It is just... I don't like it. It's fine, acceptable, and honestly, even an expected way to retool a weapon that I don't think has much value in vanilla. FE7 did 1-2 range bows best of crossbows. Hard disagree. Crossbows are inherently flawed of how they calculate damage and how they don't scale. I don't mind, like, here's the thing. I don't mind 1-2 range short bows. I just, because it makes sense. It makes sense and it works. It's just like, you see it in every GBA ROM hack. Anyway, here's Wrath. Wrath is like above par in vanilla, so there's not really much you need to do. He got 1 HP, 1 speed, and he lost 1 res. Yeah, by the way, haha, I only got 1 point of HP. As far as his growths are concerned, here they are. We'll bring up vanilla ones. Wrath is perfectly serviceable. The problem is, you will get Wrath back way, way later in Elwood Hector mode, and he just will not keep up. The solution is just, if Wrath does not reach a certain level benchmark in Lyn mode, you just replace him with like a quote-unquote trained Wrath when he rejoins, even if you played Lyn mode. It's not hard, it's very probable to do with like flags. Looking at his growths, survey says that shit was not touched. He's fine. I think the short bow works well as a 20 crit lightweight bow. My problem with that is the same problem I have of a Woe Dowel versus the Killing Edge in GBA Fire Emblem. It's that killer weapons, they're not heavy. The short bow and the killer bow, or like the Woe Dowel and the Killing Edge, they're fairly analogous, and like most of the time, I just think the killer weapons are just better. They're just better, they're standardized. The short bow and the Woe Dowel don't really have much reason to exist, and especially when we get to the Woe Dowel, I know some people were prickly about that. I actually appreciate what Smith did. I think it was smart. The bow rank was a big thing of Wrath. True. Can I talk to you for a moment? Wait, Wrath doesn't do that. Does anyone remember FE7 Lex with Matthew's like blindingly blue eyes? Anyway, here's Matthew. Honestly, he is a closer thing to a third lord in Elwood and Hector mode than Lyn is. Here's Matthew. If you train him, great, groovy, fantastic. Compared to vanilla, Matthew's not a great combat unit, and Thief Utility is not that fantastic in the game once you get Legalt. He is a unit that is meant to be replaced, which sucks because he has a lot of narrative significance. So, he got some boons here. I think he joins at level 2 normally, which I think makes more sense. I don't know why we brought his level down, especially given that he's like an experienced Austrian spy. But he got 2 HP, 1 strength, which by the way, level 1 Matthew, we can compare level 1 Matthew to level 1 Lyn, and how about that? Luck aside, I guess skill aside, he kind of mogs the shit out of her. Anyway, 1 strength equals skill, 2 more speed, not necessary, especially given that he still caps at 20. 1 luck and 1 defense. The speed bonus is probably to make sure he can double certain things in Hector mode if he's not trained, which, to that end, I'm going to rescind what I literally just said and say, yeah, it's fine. Looking at his gross, HP the same. Actually, across the board, it does not look like his gross were touched. No. The luck is actually huge. It's 1 point of luck, but it does get him out of 3% crit range. You're right. 1 5-range bows feel awful in the end. I'm sorry, when the fuck are we talking? 1 5-range bows? We are not talking about Soph here. But yeah, no. The boost to Matthew's speed is entirely for speed utility, for steal utility. God, I so fucking wish that I was allowed to reposition my units, but I can't. Hunter's Volley, Lamau. Blah says, I like giving... Actually, wait, I can just do this. I like giving slim up and short bow crit and really good weapon experience as a reason to use them. I also don't think training weapon rank is all that interesting. I think there is a reason that Engage looked at like Fate's E rank hell and decided, yeah, fuck, we're just gonna sidestep all that shit. I don't think they did it super well, and I think part of it was just boy, we sure do love like FE4. But training low weapon ranks isn't ever really that engaging. I love getting doubled. I love only being able to use 1 weapon. Oh, actually, shit, no, this dude's just fast. This dude is just fast. All right. 8, 7. I get crit and I take 24 damage and I die. Yeah, mercs have speed now, which is good, but like, holy shit, you double my entire army. You only doubled them with Matthew. And Lynn. Never mind! Sane the GOAT! See, that 3% when it hit Kent in his goddamn face. Good job, Sane. The one thing I don't like is that their increased skill and speed gives them a non-negligible amount of crits, so not fantastic. If you think any of these choices are strange, just wait until victory or death. I'm no stranger to playing Redux hacks. I'm not gonna say I am hard to surprise, but like, I've seen a lot. I have seen a lot. By the way, isn't it funny that you can just soft lock yourself in this chapter? I think it's so funny. Good design. The crit is nice, actually. It makes your ranged units more viable. I guess I understand where you're coming from, but that only holds true if you are always in a position. The way you deal with crit, and this is how you deal with killer weapons, and this is why I typically don't like 1-2 range killer tomes, is that you deal with crit by attacking them in a range they can't counter it. Or you one-tap them, which is kind of how you can deal with things like Myrmidons in a lot of cases. If there's ever enough like mercenaries that you can't just like burn them all down on player phase, that logic doesn't hold true. Crit's pretty whatever if you're taking 3 times 2. Yeah, but look at all these low percent crits. These could be the enemies throwing them at me. Ah, damn, I should have attacked at 1 range. Ah, that's fine. We can throw you in here, throw you up here. This is a trigger. 2 more to go. If my eyes deceive me, if my eyes don't deceive me, that's a chest. Or unless my eyes deceive me, then it's a chest. I gotta remember the meme line. All right, and here you go. Here's the angelic robe. Hey, here's the reason that it's fine that Lynn has dog shit HP, actually. Honestly, 7 HP is too much. I think Fates is correct to bring it down to 5. Because, like, 7 HP... 7 of any stat... I know HP scales harder than any other... Like, not scales, but is a larger number than your other stats. But, like, 7 just, like, completely negates the downside of HP for a certain unit. The Linen without Lin Mud looks like she got the Energy Ring and Seraph Robe with her levels, by the way. Yeah, and that's not really... I mean, I guess that's fine, but, like, that's not really a good way to design a mode where it's like, hey, by the way, if you do not give this specific unit these 2 stat boosters, She is going to be a liability that will be force deployed occasionally. Big stat boosters are good. I'm happy the robe lasted as long as it did. I think the robe specifically was overtuned. It's like often 7 HP on any one person could just, it's just a lot. Chat, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid, chat. I parked sane there for some reason. That's fine. We can just give the kill to like Will or something. 7 is huge. It's twice the HP for Lynn. I mean, yeah, realistically, it's like 40-something% of her HP that she gets from that. Like the Angelic Robe, so many squishy units just feel better with one. The problem is that, like, the best unit to give an Angelic Robe to is not necessarily a squishy unit. It is a unit that will see... I mean, okay, sometimes it's a squishy unit, but you basically just want to give it to a unit where it would give you 1 extra combat safely. Usually calves. I mean, sometimes calves, but calves are usually well statted out, so they don't need it. Also, I'm just setting the expectation going forward for this stream. This stream is probably just going to get through Lin mode, because I do have an obligation in about 2.5 hours. But I think that would be a very good stopping point. Is there a low HP cav? Isadora, who comes with a Seraph Robe, who you'd want to use on her, but you just give it to a unit you're actually using. Marcus needs it. Marcus can use it, but like... Oh, hello. Hello, girly pop. All right. Perhaps not being one of the best units in most Fire Emblem games impossible. I'm telling you, Triangle Strategy understood it. They understood the assignment. Roland, your Cav Lord, or main character, technically they're not lords. In Triangle Strategy, that dude is made of fucking tissue paper. I can't wait to get hit like 1% crit and fucking die. Radiant Dawn calves barely do anything. Radiant Dawn calves are fine. The issue is more that, like, you get a lot. They're not all great. Like, I think truly the only bad Cavaliers in Radiant Dawn are Astrid and Fiona. The rest of them are, like, good defined. Do you have 2 range? Clearly you don't move. Why did we not set the movement? Because you did it with some bosses, setting their movement. I don't know why you didn't do it with all of them. Like, to be clear, I genuinely don't know why this wasn't done. Because, like, you did it at least once. Let's see. That's 2. I'm pretty sure Lynn just mollywops you. Yeah, again, that's kind of the problem with triple effective weapons. Then, like, Armor Knight bosses will never be threatening. It's not until Eagler that they started doing that. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Glass had null movement. Glass had proper movement range. So no, that's incorrect. Radiant Dawn Flyers are far too strong. No, Radiant Dawn Wyverns are far too strong. There's a very, very noteworthy difference here. Like, Wyverns are strong in Radiant Dawn just because, like, Wyverns are balanced around the player not having access to them. They were like, ideated as the enemy faction's ace class from the get-go. Whew, that could have gone bad. So it's just like, hey, you're not really meant to have them reasonably. It's why I think Heath is one of the few balanced wyverns in the entire game. Everything but strength and defense. Woman and Fire Emblem. Because, like, his entire gimmick is that you get him slightly below par in a scenario where you might have 2 trained flyers already. If you want to leverage the, like, value of... Oh, shit. I'm so stupid, actually. Well, I guess we're just using Lynn here. If one of the Pegasi was in... okay, here's a question. I can't rescue you, so I actually can't ship with Dorcas here. Because if things go wrong, I need to rescue Lynn out. Things did not go wrong. Okay. Had Matthew pull lethality on a 2% crit. Gamer. I forgot to get the hammer first. I did. I have a dorky. That's fine. Dorcas can get that. I can send Kent. Honestly, Kent's not gonna do shit. This hammer in vanilla is an armor slayer, which doesn't really do you much good. Because it's like, okay, pretty much every armored unit in the entire game is wielding a lance, so Armor Slayer is very rarely ever relevant. Okay, we're gonna feed my boy. My boy hungers. And mind you, that Armor Slayer, like, you can give it to one of the calves, but genuinely, you would have been better off making this a heavy spear, because if you make it a heavy spear, it means that Sane, Kent, and Florina can use it. And you'd argue, okay, but like, what about an Armor Slayer? Okay, you got Lynn, Matthew, Sane, and Kent. That's more. But Lynn already has the Mani Katti. You're not really ever going to use Matthew to fight armors. And like, realistically, it's always at weapon triangle disadvantage where it's relevant. Don't let you move, poor thing. Yeah, well. We can finish it next turn. I hate ads. Sorry, Saber. I meant to pause that. That's fine, you're not missing too much. Why am I apologizing? You can't even hear me. You can't even hear me! That's the entire crux of the issue. No, I got no one to heal. Okay, I'm gonna pop a Vuln here so I can survive one. If you crit once and hit me, I survive. Yeah, adds autoplay, the thing below. The screen kind of tells you when it's in progress. I don't always see it. I should see it more often than I do, but... Rebecca is easier for killing enemies. Yeah, because doubling is powerful when you have a high might weapon. Yeah, so here's the thing. Rebecca has nothing but like a fucking smorgasbord of fire supports. Her entire shtick is like, okay, cool, you just double fire support and suddenly she just gets extra might for existing. Now mind you, this is, you know, discounting the fact that she kind of sucks in vanilla. Fire and wind, yeah. Well, that's fine. We'll heal you up for the sake of it. You know what? On paper, I think the Rebecca buffs were actually perfectly in line. They were large buffs, but Rebecca was so below the curve in all regards. I don't think Smith overplayed his hand there. I think those were all legitimate buffs if you are trying to increase the overall, like, difficulty of the game. Final one should good to go. Fire and wind are near identical, so I don't know if fire gets put on a pedestal. It's just easier to remember. What a performance! Time for racism! I'm Lindis.
Marcus Kalen's Leave Us Wrath. No, fire. Oh, fire is a void. A void is just, it is better. Grand Uncle Lindren. Seems my castle's been damaged in your family's petty inheritance dispute. It's this line that gives me pause to think that if you retool it such that Urk and Sarah join in this chapter, and then you get Matthew and you get Wrath, this would be a very good chapter to have an indoor, like, hey, like, destroy all of the invaders in Castle Arathan. Maybe they think that Lynn is currently having an audience of the Marcus, which, you know, Kent rode out from the castle, so that is a reasonable thing that could be construed, and they're besieging his castle to try and kill her. Then this line would actually have some legitimacy. Now, mind you, the argument could be made that he's just, like, being a dickhead because he's racist. But, like, ultimately, Lynn does show remorse for what happened, and is like, I withdraw my offer. Why? Because, blah, she's a mongrel. It's so tainted for blood of Sakei. Would you feel if Marcus of Kalen would be in trouble to meet this nomadic mongrel? Also, I know that, like, Sane and Kent are basically Lynn's, like, +1 and +2 for this, but it is kind of strange that they are the only ones that kind of get... I feel like Florina is very underutilized in Lynn mode specifically, because, like, she's... Again, Sane and Kent just met Lynn. Florina has known Lynn for years. I hear Marcus is getting on to bed. I wonder if he'll survive, in which case his brother will claim his title. I don't want to get in trouble with him. Unfortunately, she never talked to a man. No, but I mean, I don't know. Doesn't have to talk to Marcus Arathan, but can still be like, Lynn, It does kind of feel like it's just a 3-man band here, which is fine, but it's like, Sane and Kent do fine work here. I wouldn't want to rob them of their chance to shine, because they don't get much beyond that. I guess you get a little in Whereabouts Unknown, but again, I do think she's relatively underutilized, given that, you know, Lynn's entire character arc just isn't fulfilled. Oh, Wrath, I didn't see you there. They don't reflect on you. You're one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones, Wrath. How long have they been traveling together by this point? Less than a month, certainly. Probably like, I don't know, maybe even less than a week, really. Actually, no, more, yeah, you're right, more than 10 days. Less than a month, more than 10 days. I think the entirety of Lynn mode takes place in a fairly brief chunk of time. Thank you for always standing by my side. And also Florida, the person who's only known me, has known me longer than anyone else here. I overheard the Marcus talking to himself. He was being mad racist. Also, I like this scene, because ultimately this is like... While Wrath does acknowledge Lynn as a Sakaean before this chapter started, I think this is a nice where it's just like, hey, look, you face the same racism I do, like, half-blood or no, we're both Sakaeans. Cannot take back something once offered. Great, money. Realistically, we're just not gonna use this so we have better funds going into Elowood and Hector mode. Okay, we're gonna have to pick up the pace here. I gotta get this done in 2 hours. Resume their march towards Kalen in earnest. Blah, blah, blah. And suddenly nils. Cosmonaut, thank you very much for following. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Maybe if you stop reading the story. Look, I mentioned this before, but again, like, if ever there was a time that a fresh player would come to look at FE7, it might just be here. So, I will comment on things where it's relevant, but it's hard to comment on things when I'm skipping all of the story. Need to hold on to all the stat boosters to get good funds. Right. Which, funds rank's stupid. Not as dumb as Khan, but it's pretty bad. Hey, look, it's Cooler Urk. Yep, there he is. Anyway, this chapter's honestly fine. I actually think that you can see from the map the changes that were made. I think all of the changes made in this map were very good. This is a case of Smith acknowledging the expected flow a player will take and moving the relevant item to be accessible on the way to Heinz. It's far more worthwhile to use the stat booster. Yeah, especially since it's a fucking Seraph robe and an energy ring. Does this mean we're going to Chapter 7X? Yeah, we're going to Chapter 7X. Or are we going to Chapter 7X? What do you take me for? But you know what we're not doing? We're not getting Nils to level 7. Congratulations, very sensible change. I don't even think you made. I think the quality of life patch of FE7 already makes that change, but hey, good on you for keeping it. I don't like that this and Chapter 10 are basically the same map. I would agree, honestly, you don't necessarily need this map. If anything, you could maybe turn the contents of this chapter into a cutscene and then turn 7X into the map. Because, like, realistically, you're not going to skip the Gaiden chapter. Yeah, we just have 7X, and again, Lin mode to be benefited from being pared down. Back to Nurgle with you. Nurgle's... when Nurgle sends his best, he's not sending his finest. Hey, look at that! Lin is able to defend someone. Alright, add one to the counter. Could easily be 6 chapters in Lin mode. Yeah, and 6 chapters is like about as much time as a mini arc would take in Ellawood and Hector mode. Trying to think here, like... Dragon's Gate is chapter 18 in Ellawood mode, I think. Okay, at least we get preps here. Transfer. Great Angelic Robe. So, rationale behind the Angelic Robe is you typically want to give it to someone who's going to see a lot of combat. Genuinely, if you're going to be optimal, you just give it to your Super Cav. I always give it to Lin or Florina because, like, they just struggle with HP. And no one else truly needs it. Give us to, like, Sane, sure. Maybe an Iron Sword. There's no way the Super Cav ever needs it. If you're early promoting the Super Cav and you're gonna try and just blitz through the game with your Super Cav and Marcus, there is a genuine argument to give. Now, I don't like the short bow, but I am going to try and, like... I don't think it is fair for me to completely ignore it and write it off as just being bad. I will look to try and, like, see how it actually works out in practice. We're not using Matthew because I want to see how vanilla Matthew does in Hector hard mode. So, formation. So, the change that was made here, normally there's not a village here. Normally the village is here and it gives you a pure water. The pure water is useful for fighting the boss, but the actual flow of this map really wants you to rescue drop someone over here and then fight the boss. And because of this choke point here and some of, like, the bulkier enemies that you'll run into, you don't get to this village very quickly, and you're certainly not making the circuitous route all the way down to the boss while still getting the guide. Make sure Lin has space for that wind edge. Yeah, actually, I could... Good point. I don't have a convoy, but I have people on the bench. You got a horse. Welcome back, Merlinus. Also, hydrate pure water. I wanted to do that during the break, during the ad break, but I missed it. Sell the Vulns. No, because then you lose out on funds rank, and I do want to try and still get a better gem, but I don't know if I will. So I think normally you can send whoever. I like to send Lin because I power level her. I think I'm gonna send Lucius because I think that is kind of the intended mechanic, the intended strat here. You might get blue since there are 5 uses of bone. Yes, but the way funds rank works is when you sell an item, you could lose half of its value as far as funds rank is concerned. And mind you, if you just go straight to 7x, you can still have Lucius, like, trail you and like, hey, I heard this child's plight, I could not leave him alone or you alone to try and rescue his sister on his own or whatever. The innkeeper was unpleasant. Anyway, Lucius, I'll be honest, I think Lucius is a very good example of a unit with downsides that is very strong. Lucius has really good magic and speed, but is made of paper and prone to getting crit. There is a downside to that. You can get around the downside of supports and whatnot, but like, this is a pretty well-designed unit on paper. And we're gonna pull up the change logs for Lucius. I don't think Lucius needed any changes. Apparently Smith disagreed for some fucking reason. These are changes that I think are baffling. So same level, but 2 HP, 2 magic, mind you. 2 magic on what I would already consider of your 3 like tier 1 units, the one that one average would grow the best magically. 2 skill, 1 speed, 1 luck. By the way, units need weaknesses, gives Lucius a point of luck, and 2 res. So Lucius, without increasing his level at all, one of, I would consider the best of the tier 1 mages, got a collective boost of 10 points to his base stat total. 10 points! Sure! Units need weaknesses. Comparing his gross, the only change to his gross is that he got plus 5 HP, which isn't gonna make... Again, you gave him 2 base HP, that makes more of a difference than giving him plus 5 to his gross. There we go. Sorry, I had to find his gross there. So, there you have it. These are changes that I think genuinely overtuned. Overtuned and without much thoughts to it. I will say that, but... Yeah, no, these aren't even changes that were made to necessitate so that he can kill the shaman here. These are just buffs for buff's sakes. And we have Nils. He's a dancer. There are no changes. Really, the only way you can improve Nils in FE7 is give him supports. This is the least characterized unit in all of FE7, and it sucks for him. Changes for the sake of it. This is just like, you can't explain the rationale here. I'll explain his rationale. Slightly better basis to not start at a deficit. Poor bulk was left to keep the unit feeling the same, except we buffed luck. Light affinities adjusted, so a buff in light affinity 2. And a less frail unit than Sarah, Lucius makes a good impression of Shine in the pirate ship map. If you train Lucius in Lin mode, even if you don't train Lucius in Lin mode, you can get Lucius rolling very easy in vanilla. He did not need upward adjustment aside from maybe changing the shine, which you did. Anyway, upward and onwards. Oh, my fucking dude, yeah! I love good archers. I love good archers. I love good archers, and they don't have to give them 3 range. This feels so... This is all archers need to do. By the way, though, Will is doubling and doing 60. He has 19 attack and is doubling. 6 less, so that is 12 less damage per combat. Speed only matters so long as you're doubling, after which point it stops being that much of a factor. Okay, 17. So... Lucius, do you have a vulnerary? You don't. Do you have a vulnerary? You do. Alright, so here's the plan. That's 17, that's 10, 7, and... 10, maybe? Well, let's just see what hits. We need more bow armor knights? No, we need more barons. The problem with FE7's Trinity of Magic is that the magic classes are functionally identical, aside from like the type of magic that they use. We need mages with high defense and low res, because ultimately the Trinity of Magic doesn't matter. It's like a weapon triangle where all of the units have high defense and middling strength. It just isn't felt as much. So I would like to give this to Dorcas. Bring back Master Knight. We don't need Master Knight. You don't need all the fucking weapons in the world and a horse. All right, you trade movement for combat viability as far as mounting is concerned, because that's like Kanto movement, not just having higher move stats. A high defense mage is broken. It depends on how you stat your enemies out, right? You could, if you plop a high defense mage into FE7, then yeah, it will be broken as long as they can double. I did bring Master Hide. It's called the Cav unit in 3 houses. And hey, what do we say about 3 houses? Okay, so what we're gonna do is do that. Rescue Lucius. Great Lucius. I didn't use the Angelic Robe. Paladins can't use magic or gauntlets. Gauntlets shouldn't exist. I'm sorry. They're cool. They're really cool from an animation perspective, but like, they don't need to exist. I'm gonna go ahead and... Can I drop you now? Alright, I just gotta give you the forest, I guess. Can I rescue the kid? I can, cool. Honestly, if I were to do anything, I would, instead of giving Lynn 1 extra point of movement, I would have given an extra point of movement to Ninian and Nils to let your dancers keep up at base. Here comes my guy to murder all of the brigands. Nobody using Holy Knight. That class is ass. 3 houses class balance. Look, I don't think even the people who like 3 houses like it on the basis of its actual, like, gameplay design. Damn, we almost doubled. That's okay. That's okay. Go get him, Will! The hybrid cabs in there are bad. Honestly, it's like a look, if you have flexibility, you don't need to be, like, the best at one specific thing. From a balance perspective. It's like, I think Ford's actually one of the few balanced GBA caps, yeah. Because, like, as maligned as he gets by a certain YouTuber oft-quoted, do calves need to be better? If your cav is not a combat god, is that, like, a failure in design? They are still better than a lot of your infantry units. Let's go, Will! Let's go, Will! Let's go, Will! Oft-quoted, he has a whole video dedicated hating Ford. Yeah, Mecha is an oft-quoted person where... Because you have a wherewithal to make your thoughts into a video, it doesn't necessarily make what you are saying, like, super valid, especially given as, like, metas evolve over time. This isn't a slight towards Mecha, mind you. It's just a consequence of Fire Emblem games, like, us learning more about them over time. I'm gonna go ahead and lighten you. Remember Mecha joined for Mario Party once upon a time. It's oft-quoted, not... Oh, you thought I was saying off-quoted, as in, like, misquoted. Also, I missed a 3% with 2RN, what? And unfortunately, this is kind of a problem with a lot of Emblem mode design. Because there's not, like, there are a lot of dead turns where you're just walking. All that means is that the units that cannot move as far will get further and further left behind and not able to see combat. Honestly, I don't need to grab anyone else. I think Lucius can probably just finish it up himself. I'm king of the mountain. Careful, it's kill boss. I know. I'm just checking what values are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do that. But then I get popped by you, but that should be fine because I can rescue you out. And before he misses the wind edge. In before, man, units need strengths, but the unit who only has speed still can't double things. Oh yeah, no, I played Among Us with FE-tubers like once. I did not enjoy it, but I don't really enjoy Among Us. She can double, just not the mercs. To be clear, like, if you're trying to give units upsides and downsides, like, if she is the only person that can double a particular unit, like, that is at least an upside. I can fit it, yeah. But, like, bad strength, bad defense, and not necessarily enough speed to double everything. All right, so here's Carla. One thing I am a fan of is have Carla, like, appear earlier, because she's searching across Alib for Corel. I think this is kind of cool. Albeit, I don't think Corel should join in, like, battle preparations. I think she should probably join, like, around the time Farna does. I think Wildflower does this pretty well, right? I think Wildflower is the one that moves her up. Anyway, the one led by a girl who wields a sword, which, by the way, this is, yeah, that's brave. Sword specialists are at a disadvantage. This is just Smith speaking through Carla. But, like, a conversation between Lynn and Carla is rather poignant. Both come from cultures where from Carla's tribe, women are not even allowed to touch swords. And notably, like, her sin, it's not necessarily reflective of Valorca, but for what we know of other tribes in Sakai, if a woman were to even pick up a weapon, she would not choose a sword. That is a line directly from the Sin Fear support in FE6. The reason Fear finds that strange is because she was raised by Bartra and Carla outside of a Sakaean tribe. So these are both two women that wield weapons that are, perhaps they are discouraged from wielding due to their sex. Do that. Move our fucking boy here. And, like, the rest of the army is not really going to do anything because this is a very bottlenecky map. Is Carla in Crazed Beast? No, but another Romhack that whoops. Another Romhack that tries to rebalance FE7 had Carla join the same chapter as Farna. That wind edge sounds amazing. I mean, you have to understand, it is just bringing swords in parity with axes and lances. So here's the wind edge. It is 50 uses. I guess it is slightly more uses than a hand axe or a javelin, even buffed. Mind you, remember that javelins and hand axes have 40 uses here. It's 2x on flyers, which is a good way to deal with Pegasi, I guess. But, like, it's 6 might. Do I have a hand axe here? That's 7. So honestly, yeah, 4, it's basically just a sword javelin. As far as direct comparisons are concerned, it is a very good 1-2 range weapon. I don't think any rebalance of FE7 that doesn't deign to give swords some physical 1-2 range option is ever going to work, unless you completely, even if you retool how the game is designed. Because swords stand in, like, parity with lances and axes as far as, like, their position on the triangle. They should have the same critical resources. That being said, we're using the Mani Katti because it doesn't count against her funds rank. Wait, Carla is in Crazed Beast? Oh, wait, she's in the right-hand village, right. They just made her recruitable there. Do you think Carla and Ninian theoretically died from the same illness? Maybe. I mean, given that this is, like, fantasy land, it is fairly reasonable that, like, there could be like an epidemic, a plague or something that, you know, hits Alib, a common illness people die from. So, yeah, maybe. Okay, so here's a question. That's 9. Now here's the wind edge. Now, the wind sword exists in vanilla. I want you to understand. It exists in vanilla, but it's a Mario Kart Double Dash bonus. Do I see no strength? Of course I do. Bases over gross, baby. It's not an elitist thing. It's just make sure this unit functions in all cases sort of thing. Unless you have, like... Unless you're going, what? I think Berwick has, like, stat brackets that you always have to fall within. Or is it... No, Berwick has the stat brackets of, like, hey, you can't get screwed beyond a certain point. I guess Tellius has fixed gross. That casting animation was fast, woo. I mean, the idea is probably that you are Rurouni Kenshining it up and just striking so fast that you send a shockwave. Okay, at this point, it's fine. Because, like, realistically, this is the only, like, real use case that the pure water has throughout the game. Shadows of Valencia and Three Houses are different. Shadows of Valencia handle, like, keeping units in parity of their averages through promo. So basically, if you promote and the bases of that promotion class are higher than your bases, you will be brought up to them. The problem is, in like something like Three Houses, you'll just like dip to Knight to just get a big old buff to your stats that you can transfer somewhere else. And yes, the funds, oh no, but like ultimately this is this is kind of a showcase that it's not necessary if you bring Lucius down here, but like at the very least, the pure water can work as intended here. Those are a big mistake in Three Houses. I mean, like most balancing decisions, hey look, my Myrmidon Lord can't double a mercenary. Units need to have upsides. If Lucius doesn't crit this, I can give 1 kill to Florina and... Never mind! Good job, Lucius. Hot take for Three Houses that it was meant for continuous playthroughs to be done in New Game Plus, and if you complain about the slog on replay playthroughs, it's on you. Categorically incorrect. There are interviews from the developers saying that they never expected people to play through more than one route. They expected it to be like Pokemon, where you play through one route and you engage with the contents of other routes through talking to people. Three Houses discourse is a feature, not a bug. So no, they did not intend for you to replay the game ad nauseum. Or rather, they did not expect you to, certainly. Good old Mani Katti. Nothing beats that. People are so stuck up on not discussing games anymore. I feel like that was lost to Three Houses. I don't think I have a good, like, idea of where normalization is for discussion on video games, because, like, I am in the Fire Emblem community. I talk about Fire Emblem all the time. I've done it, like, for years and years and years and years. But Three Houses, even outside of the FE community, sparked a lot of discussion because, like, it is a story of moral grace. That is 13 AS, or 13 attack, 8, 4, 7. Do you have 3 AS? 6, 8. No, I don't double you. You have 5, 7. I only do 6 damage to you. We don't kill. Damn. All right, Lucius got to take it. Do you ever get anxiety over weapon durability for Lyn? In Lyn mode, no. That's a very good question. So the reason that I am using the Mani Katti so much, all right, going for style points, is because you will get a full durability Mani Katti when she rejoins in Elowood and Hector mode, even if you break it. And while this is very nary a consideration to make, Lyn, when she rejoins in Elowood and Hector mode, will have a gem of varying value based on how much money you preserved in her mode. The Mani Katti does not count against your funds rank, so using it is effectively free. I don't like discussing Fate's story. I like discussing how bad Fate's story is. I like discussing Fate's mechanics. And I think it's because Fate's story bad is genuinely the deadest horse in all of Fire Emblem discourse. More dead than anything like Edelgard did nothing wrong or something. Like, haha, we watched Berserk, or read Berserk maybe. Fate's story bad, it is the dead horse of the FE scene. It was like, it was so bad that like a lot of places just like kind of kiboshed that on site to have more varied discussion. How's Lin mode so far? Some of the changes are, I guess we got a very sensible change in this map. In fact, I will say that this map, most of the changes, barring the Lucius buffs, were good. Lin has a wind edge now. The Pure Water Village gives a wind edge, and the Pure Water Village was put in the bottom left of a map, so there are 2 villages now. So normal progression where you rescue drop over the mountains, you can get the Pure Water and use it against hinds. Good changes, really. Chew about to pin a message saying Fate's story is bad. We get it. I don't harp on Fate's story bad much anymore. It's fun, but like realistically, I do like to, cause like I don't think Fate's story is a story that you can fix without completely like scrapping and retooling. So it is not something that like you fix it by replacing it with something else. I like talking about stuff that can be like pivoted reasonably into other Fire Emblem games. So like Fate's mechanics, very good. Not perfect, slight tweaks, and it would be fantastic. Change capture counter. Oh, shoot, you're right. My bad. My bad. We're not on chapter 5. Thanks, Yuri. I can always count on you. I'm on your side. So, I believe it was Wildflower that made Ellawood, like, deployable, or I guess deployable for the rest of Lin mode. Which is, I guess, a fun way, similar to Matthew, to maybe get some XP so he's not as much of a liability if you're going into Hector mode. The problem is that just kind of runs contrary to, I mean, maybe it would work for 7X, but it runs contrary to the rest of, like, his statements over, I literally can't directly help you because that would be meddling in Kaylin's affairs. I'll just clear the way for you. Good luck, have fun. Forgot Lex happened? Oh, that was Lex, you're right. We're still on chapter 7. We haven't made it. Sane, shut the fuck up. Get out of here. A sacred dance, a special dance. Fates went too hard on complicated weapon mechanics, IMO. I'm gonna scroll up because I find that interesting. I don't think there needs to be a clear choice between iron and silver weapons. Strict upgrades feel fine. Feel nice. I mean, and a lot of, if you can play around the downsides of silver, in a game, in a paradigm where you don't have forging, it can be, in a lot of cases, strictly an upgrade. But like, I would also consider that, hey, that adds strategic depth to weapon allocation and like weapon decisions as far as what you use in combat. Fate's weapon system was not perfect. It is the closest to a good, like the best system that we have had. Anyway, you can feel it coming. We're warriors though. Blah, 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 blah. Ideas behind silver are good even if the execution isn't perfect. I don't like it of like 5% decrease to your critical avoid. What the fuck, man? I've gotten burned by that way too many times. If you only get one of the strict upgrade, then the strict upgrade is balanced because you can't upgrade everyone. Well, Fates, for the most part, does that kind of well. Like, they'll give you shit like, what, Rev Silas Silver Sword or something? Or is it Birthright? Crit avoid is a dump stat until you don't have it, and then your life is filled with regret. Yeah, that's how luck works. You only give a shit about it if you have all of it or none of it. Okay, Rev. Embark on side quest. I don't know who wouldn't. Fate's crit avoid is not a dump stat. True. I love how the Fates meta has just advanced to like return to bronze. Silvers are awful because it's like, I'd rather you tell me I lose 5 effective speed on it like I'm using a javelin. That's not how silvers work at all. You just get debuffed after the fact. Okay, Chapter 7X is up next. I am gonna quickly run an ad. I know we got 20 minutes until the next one, but I need to stretch my legs and I don't want to use the restroom. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere or do. Chapter 7X is on a deck. Be right back. All right. Chapter 7X. I've refilled my drink. Hello, Strifix. Strifix 6. I say this all the time. I just need to make my chat larger. I have to just lean in to read. Yes, welcome to FE7 Legacy. And it's time for a guidance chapter that reasonably no one's gonna skip, but... I'm being like Ken Jeong in that one. We're talking about community? I've not seen the show Beyond Clips, but we're talking about community? Alright, right off the bat, a lot of changes for this map. They're warranted. This map suffers from corridor syndrome, where you're just not given too many avenues of attack, and it wasn't changed so much that it's unrecognizable, but it's changed. How's the run been going so far? Yeah, there's good, there's bad, there's the good, the bad, and the baffling. How's my favorite FE7 Glazer doing today? Hell yeah, I'm your favorite FE7 Glazer. The boss isn't a merc anymore. I'm okay with it, because honestly, his portrait kind of looks like he's clad in full armor. From his portrait, I think changing him to a soldier, honestly, like, tracks. And his rationale was basically, yeah, you never really have a soldier boss because they're just kind of the expendable cannon fodder mooks, but they were changed to be more like FE6 soldiers in this. So, fuck it, yeah, have him be a soldier, why not? I think that is you could argue that as a change just for the sake of it, but it's fine by me, really. I go in, this is their stronghold. One thing I always like is, if you're going to make this a Gaiden chapter, I think that this is like an opportunity to just make a chapter that is a clear difficulty spike. I know in vanilla they wouldn't do that because, again, this is a teaching tool for an entire genre. But this is the Black Fang. Realistically, you need the Black Fang to be a little threatening. Ryan, I'm not the only FE7 Glazer. I'm just the world's most powerful. All right, let's check map. So, big change here. 2 tiles wide. Boss is a soldier. Still not a great map because unfortunately we start... Turn 0 should always matter. Turn 0 does not matter much when, like, some units are this fucking far back. You should just... This entire little box here, it doesn't need to exist. Anyway, it's time to pick our dudes. Bye, Kent. I'm sorry, you get fucking crit by everything. FE7 deserves the glaze the most out of the GBA games. FE7 has a lot wrong, but to be, like, very, very clear, there's a lot wrong with FE7. But it is my baby, and I love it, and only I am allowed to be mean to it. Because it is in the service of improving it. Okay, Iron Bow, Short Bow. Honestly, bring Wrath would be nice here. Work on the bench like he deserves. My problem is just, like... Urk won't double, and he doesn't do a lot of damage. The way Lin mode works, there is not a lot of XP to go around, even if you are able to have people see combat, which is hard to do. Also, I think the way I'm going to do it, Angelic Robe to Florina, and then Energy Ring to Lin. Jesus, Lin is already level 9. 5 strength, by the way. God, maybe I should just give it to Lin so she can fucking survive. God, I hate Lin. I hate how modern Fire Emblem treats her, but you know what? She's behind by 2 strength. Well, hey, that's okay. She got plus 1 HP and plus 5% growth to her speed. That's fine. What Lynn needed was more res. I mean, unironically, yeah, if she is someone statted out within this to have, again, considerably more res than defense, it was buffed from vanilla. You need to, that should reflect in her bases. One, two, three. Okay, what's my attack speed here? Let's see, I'm almost there. AS is 9. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking destroy you. 20 damage? Oh, girl, you're dead. You're dead. Did I not deploy someone? Am I stupid? Okay, Kent, you're coming along. That means 1 strength and 8 levels, yep. So I'm 2 behind average, but again, that is kind of a problem with a unit that, like, has such a low strength to begin with. Thunder Dorky. I'm gonna move Lucius over here, because I can eat it. You go down. You don't go down, actually. What's my speed here? My speed is 9, 7. Ooh, scary. Okay, this is just a defeat enemy map, so as long as she can double, it's probably fine. Yeah, that's the funny thing. She can't actually double the fast enemies either. The statting was way off, so alas alack. How awfully FE6 was balanced, and then we got this. I mean, in my humble opinion, they are both balanced poorly in different ways. 11 speed. Wouldn't it be nice if we had 7 speed? Oh, hell yeah, gamer. I love when a well-laid plan works out. Get him, Lucius. Gamer. Yeah, by the way, this unit needed +2 magic and +1 speed. Which, you know, fair enough. I guess you needed the +1 speed to double, but like, Lucius was drastically underpowered, you see. I prefer a game with 3 overtune units rather than a game with only 3 usable units. Yeah. That's why I think FE8 isn't quite as dogshitly balanced as some people make it out to be. Seth breaks the game and is absolutely overtuned beyond, like, any reasonable imagination. But, like, also, by the way, 6-move Lynn still can't get to relevant combat on maps, so it still doesn't give her a turn 0. What if I do this? You control the units you deploy. Yes, but I don't think it is on the player to create a balance system. Double checking you don't just have a longbow out of nowhere. It's why I prefer things like... This is an argument that gets brought up a lot when you talk about rewind, turn wheel, divine pulse, whatever. It's like, oh, you don't like, just don't use. Yeah, but it is right there the entire game. And a lot of what I would consider the game's poor balancing decisions are couched in the assumption that, yeah, you are going to use it. Like, I know a lot of people have strong opinions about The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2, but one thing that I think is particularly... Christ, I gotta be careful, because, like... my girl is not fast. One thing that I think Naughty Dog does very well with those games is that their accessibility options for, like, tailoring the difficulty as you like it are insane. All right, so great, 14. I mean, we made Will good. Designers don't make games for challenge runners. No, I understand that, but like, I do think that there should be options. And this is more for like conversations around Rewind and Divine Pulse. But I do think that there should be options for the player to like amend the system. Like, imagine you're playing a board game of house rules. I think that like, if you are playing a digitized game, which video games are, you should have like the means to house rule as you choose. I think bows should never work at one range. Ah, yep. Okay, so you're fine. I could move up here. I could do that and hit you, and then I get hit by you and not you. But Will would get hit. That's scary. Is it scary though, actually? Because like, Will has 5 defense and 26. 11 speed. I don't get doubled, so not really, no. Like, I'll get hit by an archer, maybe. Okay, this is fine. One-range bows only need to work. You should not take any design cues from Gaiden or Shadows of Valentia. That game has such a unique design paradigm that does not translate well to any other game. Also, by the way, the short bow, like, does not ever weigh you down, by the way. Just, like, it's still light. It's your 1-2 range weapon, but unlike hand axes and javelins, it will not weigh you down. I'm fine with one-range bow arts. I don't like combat arts. I don't like combat arts or gambits. Yay, magic and res, very Lucius. I think combat arts just kind of like push really hard towards just like one-shotting as solution, which I'd park you where like I'd park you where Florina is, so consider this. One range 5 is really funny. Yeah, no, when you have reliable ways to initiate combat at anything greater than like, I don't know, 2 really. Like, longbows exist, but they should not be plentiful. The nature of Fire Emblem's grid-based strategy, it just, things break down when you have that much, don't love this. When you can basically turn yourself into a siege weapon. 1, 2, 3, so I can park you here. It's part of the reason that I don't love FFT or Tactics Ogre the same way I do Fire Emblem. A lot of combat in that game is just like map agnostic. Like, you just get a bunch of ranged units in FFT and like suddenly the design of the map just does not matter anymore. Iron Lance, okay, cool. No mage needs 1/5 range on their basic spells. Again, take nothing from Gaiden. 3 houses did not get the memo. Wait, I'm not disagreeing with you unless it's just falling up on the turn wheel being used as assuming, like, being used as assuming thing. Ignoring the game mechanic would constitute a challenge. True. But I also don't think that the turn wheel is, like, as implemented a very... It's like, it is a toggle that I don't think should be tied to, like, difficulty selection. It's kind of like classic or casual Phoenix rather than, like, normal hard lunatic as far as where the usage of turn wheel falls in my mind. Yeesh. Honestly, I really like 3 houses gameplay aside from repetitive maps. Campus Arts are really fun. I'm glad, because it looks like you're getting fed more. I won't miss this twice, right? I won't even miss it once. I just don't like that for in a lot of cases, Gambits and, ooh, nice, and Combat Arts just kind of turn into, hey, I'm just gonna like press the button that it lets me hit hard one, basically get around needing to double or what have you. That's 13 speed. Okay, I see why we buffed up Matthew's speed. Very good. Some Gambits are overpowered, but the system as a whole is good. You know, I can fully accept that I may be too ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. You have a Jav? No, you don't. Where's Sarah? Okay, if things go wrong, we're fine. I'm a boomer and hate change. Look, no. In regards to Fire Emblem, no, it's not a boomer that hates change. I don't think it works well within the system. I've spent a lot of my life thinking about what works and what doesn't within systems, and I'm not above, like, introducing new things into what I would consider, like, an ideal FE system. I'm a diehard FGC player at heart. Old game good, new game bad. I like a fair few things about Engage's, like, mechanical design. I just think that by and large, I think the decisions make for a worse mechanical experience than Fate's. Like, I think the cracks in that system show a little... It is more like a halfway point between Awakening and Fates. Ooh, I don't love that. But it's still, like, it's still mechanically fun. Like, Engage is a game that I will go back and replay for reasons that are not, ooh, I really, really like the goddamn story or what have you. You're not gonna, right? You have 9. Put Florina here. See, that's why I'm kind of, like, trying to shelve the doomerism for Fortune's Weave, because, like, yeah, I didn't love 3 houses mechanically, but, like, I didn't love Awakening I loved a lot of what Awakening introduced. I think Awakening, I respect the shit out of Awakening for the changes it made to the system, because I think largely it is for the best. But, like, you know, there were cracks in the system that were patched up in Fates. I am hopeful that Fortune's Weave can be the same thing. I just want Fire Emblem to bring back ledges from Radiant Dawn. Yes! From Radiant Dawn, I want ledges. I want indoor-outdoor penalties for mounted units. And I want certain walls that cannot be shot through. That's what I want. Engage not bringing back ledges kind of makes Micaiah's reference map so much worse. Well, I mean, like, there are some walls, you can shoot through sensible walls in Radiant Dawn. Like, things that are basically just, like, pillars or windows. Yeah, no, you can shoot an arrow straight through that. Flux. I wonder... Oh, we have a chance to do something very funny. Okay, if I have 7 more, that is 9 res. So 0 damage, 3 damage, 17. shit. I got 9 speed, don't double me. Fine. Yeah, Will's very strong. Honestly, I kind of like signed off on the Will Rebecca buffs before I was aware that like we kind of gave the short bow 1-2 range, because now he's just a flexible stat ball. No, I don't want to quit. No damage. Dead. Didn't 3 houses have dismount without giving you a real reason to? The reason you would dismount in 3 houses is because you overextended with Ingri and you wanted to like not get plastered by arrows. So it was a strict buff. It was never a dismount, never a nerf, which is why I prefer Radiant Dawn penalties to the dismounting feature. Because like dismounting just gives you more options. It's not a nerf, because you will only choose to do it when it will benefit you. Like, a downside to flyers is that they can never get terrain bonuses. That's an intended balancing decision. Dismounting gives them the flexibility of retaining the vast majority of their stats and also being super dodge tanks. Plus, more options, more possible ways to mess up. Yeah, sure. I'm well in the category of 3 houses goofed a lot of it. There are very few things mechanically from 3 houses that I would like to bring forward, but it did introduce things that I think were very good to the series at large. The multiple health bars, fantastic. As much as it sucks at like higher difficulties of like Silver Snow or whatever with Funny Miracle, God, like Fire Emblem has never done stationary bosses very well, like single bosses very well. I think the closest thing was Ashura, because like something like Takumi, the boss is not Takumi, the boss is the map. And Ashura basically had a built-in like multiple health bar mechanic. So we just made that an actual thing. And I do hope that that carries over in like pretty much every Fire Emblem game going forward. Ashura made Nihil a good skill. Ashura made Parody a good skill. Can't give her the kill. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Oh, that's fine. I can just wait another turn. Whatever. Remember the healers having a buff to make them level up faster or something? Yeah, staff XP. The formula for staff XP was changed so you get more experience from healing. Which, like, again, most of the lessons learned about Fire Emblem, we learned from Intelligent Systems themselves when they, like, made 2nd or 3rd or 4th swings at things. Like, hey, Fate staff XP, pretty good. Fate's decaying XP, pretty good. Multiple health bars, pretty good. Kodachi, pretty good. Bro, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. Oh, never mind. Florina would have killed anyway. Not bad for me. The gun in the trailer is just a gauntlet. People looked more closely, and the woman that looks like Linhart, who's also dressed as something of like a clergywoman, has a gun too. It is just some magical implement that functions as a gauntlet, which is good because I think gauntlets eat too much of Sword's lunch. I don't think that they work very well in the existing paradigm of like weapons. Their only redeeming value in my mind is that they look cool. What do they want from Nils and Onion? We're not gonna tell you. Probably be best to replace the gauntlet. The only time I want gauntlets back is if we have Laguz-esque shifters where, like, they are vulnerable in their unshifted form. Because beast units have a problem of not having a lot of weapon variety, so giving them something that they could use when they're not in their bestial form that might not be as good, but, like, you know, is speedy or something, would be a way around it. Like, if Morum had gauntlets and Radiant Dawn, I would never transform Green Tiger Man. Green Tiger Man would just beat the shit out of everyone from, like, joining to, okay, well, actually, no, because he would need to transform to do anything when he rejoins in part 4. But, you know, I would get a lot of XP out of it while he was there. Three Houses Gauntlets were amazing. Three Houses Gauntlets were good. The problem is because of them being inherently brave, the way brave weapons work, once you start getting a lot of strength, brave weapons start, like, outperforming hard. Gauntlets on the face of them are lightweight one-range weapons, whose, like, benefit is it's easier to double them despite not hitting that hard. The problem is it's like gauntlets scale way too well for what they are. I don't think an inherently brave class of weapons is a good thing. I don't like gauntlets being outside of the triangle. Yeah, honestly, this is a case where, like, I'm sorry, I glaze Fate's mechanics a lot, I know. But I think this is what Fates did very right. There are 6 weapon types and stones, I guess. Excluding dragon stones and, like, fists and beast stones, there are 6 weapon types in the game. I think the best Fire Emblem experience will be one where you are dealing with the weapon triangle more often than not. But the way Fates does it, you are either at advantage or disadvantage with, like, 4 separate weapon types, and you're only neutral with, like, 2. And I know percentage-wise, that's the exact same as, like, the normal weapon triangle, but, like, not really. Because, like, this weapon triangle, magic's outside of it, bows are outside of it. In most games, that's the case. But this brings magic and bows inside of it. Like, the only weapons that are outside of the triangle are dragon stones and like, beast stones and faceless weapons, which, like, they kind of feel like their own separate thing. Should have expected you'd play this long. It was great fun to be on the playtesting team for this over the past few months. Yeah! A big bow. Ah, Lady Lindis. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye, you flake. Hammer. Internally, everything is just, yeah, fists or stone weapons. So, the change here, fun fact, when I was a kid, Vortex of Strategy, I remember its name all the time. This is the first chapter I got hardwalled on in Fire Emblem when I was a kid. The Ballista fucked me over. So the Ballista was previously here. The problem is, if you go ahead and move this over, 1, 2, and whoop, basically, if you wanted to get down here, you would have to rescue Florina here, and then just, like, dance and go all the way down here. It covered a lot of the map. I think this is actually just a, like, on a casual perspective, a way more fair design of ballista placement, because it's like you can push up a little bit, you're not just stuck in the top of this. Because the ballista can be pretty scary for, like, an uninitiated FE7 player. Okay. What I can do is I can Pure Water Will again. It's like, okay, he's got 5 defense, 6 defense, that would be 10 res, so eat shit, you do nothing. Eat shit, you do very little. Great, so Will goes there. We send Dorcas, Florina down there. Also, one change that I don't expect Smith to make, but is something that is a legitimate problem with Lin mode. There's only one song, Winds Across the Plains, and, like, I don't think this is a very good battle map theme. Just, like, shooting straight, I don't think this is a very good battle map theme at all. Let's go rescue you down here. Especially for, like, the distant plains where you're racing against the clock to save your, like, grandfather. Wind across the plains is just, it's too mild. Like, the best thing Engage did was give me the second version of Winds Across the Plains that I didn't dislike. Trade a few. Can I be honest in saying the first time you heard this wasn't an FE7? That's not like... Yeah, that's not weird or anything. No? That's normal. Yeah, that's pretty normal. It was in Warriors. Did a lot of, like, Cypher CDs. Womp womp. And Will's just gonna fucking kill everything. You've given me... You buffed up a unit that you gave unmitigated 1-2 range to. Like, congratulations. I've solved the game. Again! Okay, I want to see what, like, average level 9 Serenus Forest Lyn would be, because... Your justification for her changes were, oh no, units need downsides. Cool. Her upside would be that she can, like, double shit. Am I just below average right now? No, I'm not below average. I am, like, this is perfectly, I'm slightly above average on speed. Mercenaries are fast. You know what's faster than a mercenary? A Myrmidon. If Lyn's entire shtick is that she can double things that the rest of your army should reasonably be unable to do so, actually get hit by you. I don't know, this is a case of, like, cool, you made a change and you didn't even accomplish the goal you were going for. Raven doesn't have a con to wield axes. Fun fact, that was originally a statement made to try and, like, to argue, I believe it was Dorcas over Raven in some context. I forget what the context actually was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll just do it like this, and... that. Even Raven will get to killing in one round faster than Dorcas. So, I got hit by you, but that's fine. Could we reset the ROM to remove the silly battle animation health bar bug, please? I'm so used to it, it doesn't bother me, but if it bothers you, sure. Yes, 1-2 range short bow. Okay. I didn't actually check here. Am I, like, giga-fucked? I shouldn't be, actually, so... That is 3. I have 8 speed. 3 defense. I need to hit for 16 times 2. The goat Dorcas is going to obliterate these poor, unfortunate souls. In fact, can I obliterate more than those? I don't want to pull the mercenary. There are nothing but fleas. By the way, if you did not remove the ambush spawns here, I don't know what to tell you. You're not thinking of portals, that's for sure. Because ultimately, ambush spawns are not the norm, and they feel like they exist as a byproduct of FE7 starting development after FE6, where ambush spawns were. It's like, we'll put ambush spawns in, and we'll decide later that we want to remove them. They did not. Now, why was that? What's the rationale? not like you can cope with it when it is the norm either. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't like ambush spawns, but like, if this were an FE6 rebalance or something and you kept ambush spawns in because you thought it was in the spirit of it, yeah, fine, fair enough, fair play, but like, I don't know, it's, especially in this map, given that what I am doing is a fairly common strategy, the ambush spawns here feel a little unwarranted, if I'm being real. I'd hit by you. I mean, I'd kill you. I'd get hit a little bit by you, but like... What do you mean, Cyan? Not all the FE6 reinforcements are ambush? Can I kill this archer with Mani Katti? I cannot. So we'll go ahead and... God, I love playing GBA Fire Emblem when I have a dancer. Shoutouts to Dream of 5, where, oops, it's gone. Ambush spawns are fine if there's no way for them to get to your units feasibly on the turn they appear. The Eagler chapter, the ambush spawns aside, the ambush spawns from the mountain forts are fine. The other ones, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's Kent. That's Mr. Will get crit by shit. Slightly better rounds. Slightly better rounds. Ravens on FE9 hard mode in Chapter 12 are a good example. They're a pretty good example. I have definitely overextended with Marcia, but like... reasonably, like, you're trying to hold out for the most part. Like, hunkering down feels like the plan of action there, so... I guess fair play. Hey, a Lance Reaver! Yay, weapon triangle, hooray. Hey look, an ambush spawn. Oh, nice. How nice to include in a hack that you are assuming to be played by your non-initiated in FE7 friends. Yeah, you're gonna be a problem. Hopefully I can deal with a mercenary. There was technically a non-zero chance I died there, but like, I'm just gonna plug the hole. Ambush spawns are a knowledge check. No, that's a blind, that's like a blind behavior check, really. I love Reavers having crit. Yeah, it's great. Okay, so I actually fucking died at 2 of these. Jesus. Yeah, I just have to leave it to Dorcas and hope my man does not get reaved. Actually, not quite, because I can go ahead and... Here's what we'll do. Arnax, cool. Armor Slayer here. I'll wait for you to drain your ballista, move you here, wait, and then we're just gonna water walk. Cool. Realistically, your dancer just needs to not get one shot. That's it. Okay, item, Mani Katti. You can wait there to help. Also, here's one thing that I think... this is feedback for if you're trying to make a definitive version of FE7. Class, I have a question for you. This archer is on a ballista. How much damage will this archer do to nils on a forest? 7 defense, 8 defense of a forest. How much damage? Okay, well, you're kind of cheating. He's on it. Okay, he's on it. This is a bad example because he is actually on it, so you can deduce for like, okay, it's an 8 might weapon, so you would do 24. I prefer the ballista just being like an item in the inventory when you're on there so you can see the might. Five, 7, 13, yeah, right. Is there a way to do that? Yes, there is. Here come the ambush spawns. Why does the ballista take into account unit strength? I mean, it's better than engage where the ballista takes into account the unit weapon that you're initiating with. I'm sorry. I'm out here glazing fates Ooh, Jesus Christ. Armor Slayer, heavy. Heavy. I have 6 speed, I guess. I like it in fates where the ballista is given value by being AoE damage. But like, it can't, like, you can feasibly do more damage with a ballista in fates because you're attacking 5 tiles rather than just 1. But it can't kill. So it's never truly a no-fly zone so long as you are playing correctly and keeping your weak units out of range of, like, I guess the actually threatening units, like units that could kill them with normal combat. Forget how long the reinforcements last. Yeesh. I should have given you a sword. That's fine, this'll hit. And if it doesn't, I can rescue you so we're good. It is annoying when I am playing a Fire Emblem game and a ballista is truly just a no-fly zone for any like flyers, okay, but like any squishy unit just can't like reasonably participate in range. That is a good amount of money. Why use it to kill Bandit? I forgore. Also, technically speaking, do we just start with more money now? From like a funds rank perspective? Yeah, I just didn't give him an iron sword, so. Oh, I didn't even notice. We added a path here. That's neat. And there is a legitimate use case for it, so cool. Because if you send someone who can't fly, which you will, because Florina would get ballisted, over the mountains, they can actually make it down here. So I'm gonna do this to... Oh, it's so great that I have to knowledge check this for, hey, does the boss move? Weapon speed, sword reaver. Ooh, I don't love that. It's kind of the issue of Blister Siege weaponry in general. For remotely good, they slow the map to a crawl. Thracia is like the crowning example of this, of like, hey, how do you deal with ballista spam in Thracia? You just sit there and you drain all of its fucking uses of Dagdar. Chat, is that interesting? I don't think it's interesting. But if it can't kill, then like, all right, it's just chip damage that you have to account for. Boss doesn't move. Now, why would an uninitiated player in the perfect definitive FE7 Romhack have to intuit that? Oh. And I gotta give Florina some fucking kills, but like, Homegirl literally can't do damage, so, whoa, Rindasu be upon you. Just an absolutely yoked-ass matcha doesn't care about cringy-ass ballista. Hell yeah. You get me, Ryan. You understand that the only good matcha is the one in Thracia, not the tea. Bum, 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 bum. Do I see no strength? I believe I do. Ah. Units need weaknesses. How nice this guy to have Lynn kill. I mean, unironically, she's the optimum person to do it. What about in matcha ice cream? It's okay. It's okay. I don't like matcha tea. It's too strong for me. Haha, my puny Western taste buds cannot appreciate the flavor. Yeah, no, like I don't think I have a particularly refined palate. I cannot appreciate good steak. I cannot appreciate good alcohol. So I just don't really partake in it. Like when I went home to visit my parents for the first time in a very long time recently, and my mom was happy. So she's like, hey, I'll make a steak. I'm like, hey, maybe just make fish. Cause like, I can't really tell a good steak from a bad steak. Like, I don't particularly love bone-in steak or anything, but like, I don't know, food's food. Yeah, I'm waiting for Lynn to become that player phase nuke. It's okay, the justification will be, oh, you just got stat screwed. It's okay, if you add 2 extra points of strength on, it actually works. Too much pink? Raw AF. Little or no pink? Good. Chat, you're gonna kill me, but like, until recently, I had all my steaks like well done. I don't think I got out of like well done for my red meat until like I was like 26 or 27. I was just like really overly concerned about my meat being undercooked, so I'm like, yeah, just burn that thing, burn it to a crisp. But you know what? Might explain why my default view on steak is I don't have the palate to like appreciate it or whatever. To be clear, I don't do it anymore. I've seen the light, but you know, I was like, it was just a concern I carried over from when I was a kid, and I just never tried it. That explains why you can't tell the difference. It probably does in large part inform my decision, but like, even now, I get my steaks medium to medium well. I act like that stuff was chicken. To be fair, like that was most of the chicken and fish was most of the meat I ate growing up. Now granted, it's less of a concern of fish, but it's absolutely a concern of chicken. Anyway, Matthew was off doing spy stuff, and now Lynn knows that Hassan's dying. So now we go back to Elwood and like, hey bro, can you help? Por favor, can I use your political savvy? Anyway, we've been branded traitors, pretenders to the throne. Man. It's like Dream of Five never left us. Anyway, he calls for reinforcements to put an end to the imposters. Welcome back, Fire Emblem Shadows. Yeah, but this is a decent point. This is the one cool thing that Elwood does, and like, hey, I'm a very politically savvy young man. I can basically stay the hands of all of the other Lycian nobles. But that means I can't help you either. Good luck, have fun. Take it easy, Rogue. And yeah, I'll be ending stream in a little under an hour, so I gotta kind of blitz through these last 2 chapters in 45 minutes. I can do that. I have not interfered in Kalen's affairs. I never buy steak. I don't either. Like, my parents have like a chest freezer of meat, and you know they'll buy meat when it's on good sales. Bye, Greenwood. Let's get going. Fog. Let me think. To the south, however, that runs through General Eagler's estate. This is not a particularly good map, but that's fine. Okay, bring honestly, I'm bringing Urk over Kent just for 2-ranged ship. Who needs a Vuln? I guess Urk. "13 speed. Characters need weaknesses. They also need strengths, mind you. Check Lynn's speed growth again. It's 65. Like, if you want to compare it to vanilla, here you go. It's a 5 extra speed, but it's 5% growth does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Just think of averages and how it works out. It's lower than Matthew's. Yes, Matthew needs to be fast so he can steal things. The idea in most ROM hacks is that, okay, if Lynn's not going to do a lot of damage, she will be similar to like FE12 Swordmasters, will be the one unit that can actually double particularly threatening enemies. Lead, surely, yeah, we can see the fog. Follow me, everyone. You're Lord Wallace. My hot take is he should, in anything other than like a situation where you're trying to teach the player about promotion items, dog, just have him come as a general. Surely you don't believe us to be Earthbreakers, right? If I don't like what I will see, I will take her. All right, see this is a clever, this is called foreshadowing. This is cleverly foreshadowing that Wallace does not care about Lynn's thoughts, feelings, or agency in anything. And the game is fine with this. Such beautiful eyes. I must preserve their beauty. I must cripple your entire character journey for the sake of preserving the beauty of your eyes. Which I gotta say, the rationale comes off as kind of sexist, and like, normally that is not a point I would bring up, but given that Lynn's entire, like, Lynn, it was left alone on the plains, not solely because her entire tribe was massacred, because there were less than 10 survivors, but she was left alone on the plains because of sexism, because her tribe would not follow her because she's a woman. Anyway, here's Wallace. We can compare him to Vanilla. He's probably a lot better, I would imagine, because Wallace, when he comes back in Elwood Hector mode, is fucking terrible. Yeah, so he's level 18 now instead of 12, I believe. So he's got big hurdy stats. Honestly, genuinely, like, if you're gonna pick up Wallace, you could probably make him work. 6 more HP, 4 more strength, 4 more skill, 2 more speed, 5 more defense. 5 more luck, 3 more defense, and 2 more res. I get why you say that, but I highly doubt it's the reason. I know it's not the reason, but it does read as such through the typical lens of, like, knightly chivalry. Anyway, here are his growths compared to Vanilla. Looks to be, yeah, see, this is a case of them recognizing that, hey, bases matter. We don't need to adjust gross, we need to adjust how units can fight at base. Mm, 13 speed, I have 9 speed. I will get fucking doubled. Normally, I think he comes as level 12 usually. Armor Slayer. Also, yay, we have an armor. So he comes with an Earth Seal now. That's like the big change of, hey, you can use it on anyone, which I like. Realistically, the way I have been playing, to get someone above level 10, you need to do what I've been doing to Lyn, usually to like one of the others. I can maybe get Will there, but like, I don't know if I want to. I just grind on the boss. Buy a bunch of heal staves and grind up Sarah. I mean, there is an upward cap on that. Oh no, you're way down by the Armor Slayer. That's nice. See how much you do to me? No, it's 10. I should have lived that just fine. That is 13 speed, 9, 12, so it's only 10 speed. 14 would double. And I do have 14 speed. Okay, Wallace, you can go up here. Lyn's gonna go down. Lucius stays here. Get a torch. I'll run that down to Matthew. Work. Good old ambush spawns. By the way, not a great thing for an uninitiated player. Fix your short... okay, you need to fix your one range crit animations, because that was just using the vanilla. That didn't imply a crit. Yeah, no, you didn't apply that correctly. He wasn't commander because that... Wallace was retired. Basically, he was called out of retirement to help put down the pretender to the throne. He used to be, which is why I do think if Eagler is going to be a paladin, just have, like, Wallace be, like, a similarly reasonably statted knight or general or whatever. Have a Jav, you have an Iron Lance. Well, son of a bitch. That is not great. What is your crit? You have 2 crit. I have 3 lock, we're fine. Okay, I need to get to you, which means I need to move to where Lyn is. Move there, I can get hit by you. That's fine, because it's an Iron Lance. Minus 10. Should be able to do this just fine. Less than ideal, actually. I probably should have kept you here. I don't know. Actually, no, I have 30 HP, so I can take 15. I have 30 HP and 5, so that's 11 damage. 11 damage, 10 damage, and I live. I will need to throw Sarah out here, but... Park you there. Does that work? No, I have to park you here. here. I should live just fine. Then we'll put Sarah here so we can heal you. But first... Shit, I don't have a great solution for this. Oh, yeah, I do. Alright, Sarah, give her the torch. Wait. Alright, Matthew, give him the torch. Wait. Just need to be out of range of you. Honestly, I'll have Sane help with the upward enemy spam. I love getting a super hand axe. Out. Yeah, I probably should have just left Lucius on the... Because I need to crit to kill. Thanks. It's funny to see Will running it down mid. I'd like to point out, Will is not even like over... To be over leveled at this point is to be Lynn's level. At this point, you are maybe level 10 or 11. Like, usually if I am using one of the Cav boys, they are maybe level 11 here. And I'm like, this is just like super hyper investing in them. Okay, there's a brig in there, fog rolls in. There's one here, there's one here. We do that, we heal, we dance, I think. I don't think Matthew is so frail as to die to 2, but... Things I don't miss from FE7 rain effects. Well, good news, they're removed in the next chapter. 15, you have 20. You will die, actually, unless I... Might be in a bit of a sticky wicket, actually. I think what I gotta do here is... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Okay, this is definitely sticky wicket territory. I kill you with Lynn. We rescue Matthew out. We move Will out. Problem is, I don't think 17... I only have 5 defense. That's 12 damage. I cannot survive getting hit by all 3. I get hit by all 3 there, and even with 6 defense, I die to ambush spawns. I may have overextended a little bit. Can't rescue Matthew. Here's an idea. I trade the Lance Reaver to Matthew. And then I kill you. Yeah, no, this works. This works. Matthew can live 1 here. You can use the Lance here, right? D, please, please, please don't be C rank. Fuck. Okay, that's 8. Oh, that's unfortunate. So I have to get Matthew out of here, which means that Florina and Nil's already spoken for. But I need to figure out what I'm gonna do first. That brigand's not a problem. I guess I can reasonably just, like, run back here and heal. Yeah, I guess I just short bow you, heal with Sarah. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Thought we were in trouble. I overextended a little bit. But we're living. Sarah will get hit, but I have 21 effective. I'm fine. 21 effective and 11 speed, and I don't get hit by... Fuck, I do get hit by you. But I can okay, I can rescue you out. Ooh, I gotta rescue Sarah out. Okay, this is actually gonna be a tricky turn. I did not play this well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't get hit going there, so... How to do this? Double checking. I keep Lynn here. Mani Katti. It's 10. 11. 11? What about 8? So that's 16 and 13. Yeah, I have to keep the Lance Reaver here. Okay. Next. Oh shit, wait. 5. Do you have 9 speed? Do you have 9 speed? 12 or 10? I will die if I don't. Shit! One of you. Almost Sarah gets double domed here. Two, 4, 7. There's actually no scenario. You have what? 31 avoid. Okay, and you have how much? 27 avoid. 15, 15. That's 20 damage. Okay, you know what? I maybe overplayed my hand here. Well, chips will fall where they may. Chips will fall where they may. Yeesh. Okay, well, I gotta run this down. Honestly, if a buffed up wall is here, I do really think the solution is just kill the armor slayer guy and just like yeet the fuck all out of here. Let's move that one. Alright, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. I think Sarah's dead. I think if what I understand about enemy attack prioritization, they will go for Sarah. Damn, you made a Lin mode where I actually need to use Wallace for things. Not a fan. Ow. I have to play intelligently on this chapter. Not a fan. And we're good! Never punish, just get lucky. That was a bad play. So the other one's also gonna go for Sarah here, and you can see I had to dodge like 2 basically coin flips. At this point, I almost wish I kept the Mani Katti on Lin. Christ, there are a lot of enemies. Okay, how the fuck do I... Don't double you. Okay, we're gonna go for broke here. Yeah, not doubling makes all of these enemies considerably harder to kill. Props where it's due. Well shit, I don't think we're finishing Lin mode today. Hammer, hammer. Yeah, some speedy brigands. We're gonna have to just get Sarah out of dodge somehow. I guess, you know what? These changes to Lin mode kind of incentivize you to just like pick a power carry and invest into them more than I did. Which like, yay, but I also don't necessarily think that is the way that should be designed. That's typically what I do, but I tried to play this as I understand to be a more typical, like, playthrough. That's our dude. Of course I'm one fucking shy. Why would I not be? have anyone else? I don't, so... Don't love this, but... I need to kill you to make room. Oh wait, but can I... God damn. Yeah, I think I should have pushed out with Wallace. That is probably the design of a chapter now, but... I don't know, I typically don't do it for the sake of, you just don't get Wallace back, so it's usually not a great investment. You have 18 and 7 defense, so, like, we're fine. Eesh. Classic turtling at the bridge kind of funnel him. $17, I have 1 defense. Okay, let's go gambling. Ow. I get doubled. I didn't know archers could attack from melee range. They shouldn't be able to, but they can. Well, the solution is just get lucky. I don't like that, but it is what it is. Okay. Well, for what it's worth, this is the part of Fire Emblem I like. Having to think yourself out of a hole is like... That's where Fire Emblem gets fun for me, because you get to... Ooh, very good level. You get to figure out, like, all of your available options and, like, what is statistically the most likely scenario where you actually live this. Gotta get to my painting class? Oh, have fun, dude. Or dudette. I'm Midwestern. Please understand, a dude is the most gender-neutral thing in the world. I have been told that is not the case in actuality, but it is my heritage. Anyway, have fun. Okay, good. Oh, nice. Now we double. Okay, so now Lucius is gonna, like, pulverize everything, which is good, albeit... If you have a lance, it might just be better to do it. Wow, okay. Okay, we can clean this up. Quite a little aggro, but that's fine. Okay, I think pushing up to here should be categorically safe. Okay, yeah, we're categorically all right here. Oh, love that for me. Love that for me. I love... just crit, I guess. Alright, more food for Will. Honestly, we're getting close to level 7 nils anyway, so why not? Oh no, my short bow. I can't believe weapon durability is starting to matter again. All right, my guy, Will. I'm just gonna pop a Vuln so I don't die to an errant hit here. Okay. This should be fine. Am I gonna promote Will? Maybe, because, like, it feels like he'd scale super well, and it's not like he gets much of anything crazy out of Sniper, but I guess that would free up. That would, yeah, you know what, that'd be nice. The problem is I won't have a short bow for a while, so he is just going to be a player phase machine. I'm not going to promote Wallace because I'm probably going to get Geets, and there's no one else in my army that would reasonably be, like, promoted. Save for Dorcas. Let's get a crit boost now. That's fair, but, like, I guess, you know what, he will just kill everything as a player phase monster. Do the Dorcas? I didn't feed Dorcas well enough. It's only level 7. Sell the promo item for funds. Funds rank would require me keep it in my inventory because funds rank is fucking stupid. It is for dumb, dumb, idiot babies. Bonk. You give me the Iron Axe. Move you over here. Wait. You're fine, you're fine. We'll go and retrieve Dorcas next turn, I guess. So Dorcas being able to join map 1 or 2 and part 2, yeah, it's like crazy, but I would need to get him a few more levels. I think I can reasonably get him a level and a half if I feed him the rest of the kills in this map. And we will do the distant planes next time. I'm sorry, I played a little too slowly, what with dicey push-up, and I also don't want to rush the distant planes, because that wouldn't give me time to give, like, any wrap-up thoughts on things. Okay, so here. The rest of this is just going to be Sarah trying to get as much staff XP as she can. don't have like an actually route of nowhere, right? But yeah, they expanded the bottom of this map a little bit. Honestly, I think it's not a necessary change. As it stood, you needed to kill one of the soldiers to approach the Eagler, which you don't have to do anymore. I guess you really don't want to. It gives you more flexibility in fighting him, but like, I don't know, this isn't really a case where I think you need flexibility in approaching the boss. That's true, I guess if you're boss abusing. Okay, I can maybe get like, I'm level 7. I think I can maybe get him to 10 and then promote Dorcas. Because, like, I think Dorcas is probably not long-term material, but 11, 12, so it's 9 speed. I don't get weighed down by anything. I mean, Dorcas is like genuinely, I think if you hyper invest in him in Lin mode, I think he's probably, for early Hector hard mode, which is one of the hardest parts of Hector hard mode, I think a good Dorcas goes a long way. Okie-doke. Yeah, Dorcas and Bartra aren't, they're not dodging anything. Okay, you know what? Getting Dorcas up there is a lot more feasible than I thought. How many of these do I have? I have 2 more. Okay, that's good. That forces me to not, like, super boss abuse. And over here, wait. Says the guy who thinks it's mainly lances. I don't think. I crunched the numbers. It is primarily lances. Just that Dorcas does not have, like, the greatest speed. Even then, you have a fort. True. Yeah, Dorcas is at 9 speed, but Dorcas also did get buffs, so... Like, this is a good Dorcas. Well, the issue is, like, I want to kill Eagler. I don't want to just, like, boss abuse him forever. I want to have a heals for the start of next chapter. I don't really care that much. That will get me to 31, so that's good enough. Because I think Will grow on his own accord. Getting Dorcas promo bonuses will make Hector hard mode a lot easier. I can rescue Dorcas if I miss this. My man just hits. Just enough heals. The Marcus, he knows nothing of this. There's no illness, only poison. Anyway, goodbye, Lin Mode Camus. Just heal and rescue Sarah if you missed. I'm out of heal staves. This is a really good Dorcas. 10 speed is... This is a really good Dorcas. I'm gonna go ahead and promote at the end of next chapter, just so I can get a bunch of, like, tier 1 XP if I need to. Or Dorky doesn't want to get strength. Honestly, he's well balanced enough to where, like, with his promo bonuses, he will do everything I need him to. He's our captain, our teacher. The final battle is approaching. Meanwhile, in Castle Fog Kalen. Yeah, you can't promote at the start, he's still level 9. Fair, I mean, I'm gonna wait until basically Ludgrid is dead to promote. How are you feeling today, dear Luigi? How much time do you have left? Literally no time. I'll give my little preamble, but I'm heading off in like 7 minutes. Your precious granddaughter in my way. Wretch of a brother. Evil Mario and Luigi. Anyway, there you have it. There's chapter 9. Of chapter 10, we can wrap up Lin mode and go straight into Elwood Hector mode. So, right, let's go ahead and head back to Seoul. Yeah, sorry, I kind of thought I could finish Lin mode in all one fell swoop. Would have liked to, but this stream has a time limit on it because I have certain obligations I need to meet. Thus far, I mean, it's FE7, so, like, I enjoy playing it, but... These changes aren't major, and the changes thus far that, like... The rationale behind changes is not very even-handed at all. I definitely think this is gonna need some... Well, fuck it, it's your own thing. Right now, hey, Lin mode, there are some good changes to map design. I think all the map design changes thus far I've been universally positive on, but... You know, we'll see where it goes. We'll see. Cyan save. I will. Don't worry about it. It's already done. Yeah, no, we will continue this another time. We are going to go ahead and get through all of FE7 Redux, and then we'll head back to Dream of 5. All 12 of you who wanted that, sorry, I'll get back to you, I promise. Thanks for the stream. This hack looks cool. Yeah, if you want to check out the hack, it will be in the pinned comment. I will just leave it up there whenever I'm streaming FE7 Redux, so... Yeah, I mean, give it a shot. Realistically, it gives me an excuse to play FE7 again and talk about pivots that are made, could be made, shouldn't be made, what have you. I'm having a great time. But I am going to have a great time that-a-way outside of my apartment because I'm pretty sure I have to leave in like 3 minutes. So, I have been me, you have been you, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Toodaloo, take care, and bye-bye now.